Hi, this is Brock. Hello? Hi, it's James from Midwest. Are you, I assume you've been voted in?
I have been.
All right, cool. If you're ready, then I'll go ahead and unmute you so that you can be heard in the house.
I guess sounds good.
Just do me a favor and keep your mic muted as best you can, or as much as you can, and that will help keep things nice and clean.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're unmuted in the house.
Dr. Roundtree, are you there, bud?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Then we'll go ahead and get started. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Purcell and Dr. Guitry, any discussion? Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Goodtree?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Browntree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered?
So moved.
Ms. Purcell and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Goodtree?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Bond and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Gitry,
Yes.
Ms. Parton, Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, and that brings us to a public address. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Stanley will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when their time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. And our first speaker tonight is Chris Waltz, followed by Kimberly Williamson.
Chris Waltz, Christiansburg, Virginia. Just had something I wanted to play for y'all.
You pick up the fucking phone. You have the nerve to pull that shit and then not pick up the phone? Pick up the fucking phone.
That would be Mr. Roundtree, leaving a voicemail for Mr. Grasky on the Board of Supervisors after the vote for the $280,000. Were that a member of your staff, they would be fired. Were it a student, they would be suspended, or worse, probably have to get a psych eval, and probably be required to take anger management or something like that before they could return to school. Were it a parent, they would probably be trespassed from the school grounds for at least a year, maybe more. This is definitely against your employee ethics. So I doubt anything will be done. I don't blame the majority, well, the minority of you, but I would say that the majority of you will probably do nothing. I couldn't find that you all actually have some kind of ethics thing for school board members, but definitely unethical behavior, unhinged behavior. Maybe see if we can get them some counseling or something. But yeah, that's very inappropriate. And I don't think you would put up with it from me if I came up here and did it. You'd have me removed by a police officer. And you'd probably try and trespass me from these meetings. But I guess we'll see what you all do. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to say that again. That wasn't on mic. Next up is Kimberly Williamson, followed by Corella Haas.
Kimberly Williamson from Christiansburg. Tonight I am quoting or summarizing parts of an article on a recently published study about Virginia children that I think shows a better route than DEI for helping students succeed. Children with actively involved fathers thrive significantly more academically, emotionally, and behaviorally than their peers without involved fathers, according to a new study from the University of Virginia and Hampton University. The research, which involved over 1,300 children across Virginia, revealed that children with engaged fathers were more likely to earn top grades, less likely to have school behavioral problems, and less likely to exhibit depression. There was no racial divide in school performance or school behavior problems between white and black children from intact families in the state, the authors said. Let me repeat, there was no racial divide in school performance or school behavior problems between white and black children from intact families. The study also found no correlation between a father's race or education level and his level of involvement. However, marital status made a significant difference in paternal involvement. Over half of children with married parents have highly engaged fathers compared to just 15% of those with cohabiting parents. Children in blended families or living with only their fathers were just as likely to have engaged fathers. The authors say the good news is that nearly 70% of children live in households with married parents in Virginia. They are proposing that Virginia lawmakers launch a bipartisan father-friendly policy initiative following in the footsteps of states like Florida and Tennessee to support fathers and families in Virginia. Their policy proposals suggest making schools more boy-friendly, creating a positive culture of fatherhood, limiting access to pornography, reviving civic efforts to promote pro-social masculinity, and developing pro-father programs to help disadvantaged dads, and making more efforts to help formerly incarcerated fathers succeed. So if we could just get our eyes off of the myopic and destructive viewpoint of DEI and identity politics, maybe we could see clearly enough to focus our efforts on better and more legally sound ideas like promoting healthy fatherhood or father-like mentors that really do help our students thrive and excel in school.
Thank you. Next up is Corella Haas, followed by Anna Vijayan.
Thank you. My name is Carol Haas. I live in Reiner. I appreciate the effort the school board and school staff have put towards improving school climate over the past year. When students and staff feel respected and have access to tools that help reinforce appropriate behaviors, the whole community benefits. We should be able to see the results in reduced absenteeism and increased student success. In looking over the presentation about implementation of the hate speech policy, several items were raised that seem a bit concerning given that they're less than 2 months before the new school year starts. Is there a consistent method for coding incidents as hate speech, and where are those data stored? As of late May, more than half the schools have not yet implemented a documentation process. Has central administration been able to work with the schools that do have a well-functioning documentation process to help share it and implement a common system across the division? How many schools have a mechanism for reporting data? If one school developed a form that they found helpful, as one survey response indicated, then could that form be shared across schools? There were requests for additional materials and support. One was, would love a video for staff to watch. It would be great to include students of all ages explaining the policy, why we have it, etc. And I'm wondering if the schools have been able to engage any students in participating in developing such training materials over the summer so they will be ready for the start of the school year. I hope you will ensure that those who have firsthand knowledge of the prevalence and impact of hate speech can be involved in providing guidance for trainings. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Anna Vijayan.
Hello, my name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in District A. I hope my comments tonight will help you to ensure that your hate speech policy implementation plan is robust enough to eliminate hate speech to the fullest possible extent from our schools. From the presentation document, I saw some great ideas coming out of the survey that was administered to school administrators. However, my concern is that the current approach relies too much on individuals. We need to see effective policy implementation consistently across all schools. I do understand the need for local ownership of responsibility and individualization of approaches to meet different needs at different schools. However, there needs to be a baseline implementation plan that is consistent across the county and includes a standardized data collection system, as well as engaging interactive professional development for all adults in the schools. Specifically, you need to make plans for all administrators, teachers, and staff to participate in professional development that involves role-playing of real-life scenarios rather than just a policy review. The PD should inform participants why the policy needs to be followed by imparting a deep understanding of the effects of hate speech on individuals, bystanders, and the community, how to immediately recognize what is hate speech and what is not through a multitude of examples, and what to do both in the immediate aftermath of witnessing or being informed of hate speech and through role playing of a number of specific realistic scenarios, and also how to report the incident to the appropriate administrator and collect all relevant data. I also believe it would be helpful for the dialogue on race and the Office of Equity and Diversity to be consulted on the content of professional development. There also needs to be a division-wide plan to collect the data needed for tracking hate speech policy implementation across the district in a form that allows it to be easily analyzed. Such data would allow tracking of exactly which disciplinary options were applied in each instance of hate speech, depending on categories like gender, ethnicity, nationality, race, sexual orientation, and disability, whether or not the hate speech was directed to staff, other students, or was a more general statement. And it should also keep track automatically of whether or not violations involve a repeat offender. This needs to be consistent across the entire division, not school-based. I hope you will also provide the additional supports requested by survey respondents, such as the video that Carola had mentioned that was requested, more student education materials, communication tools for families, and restorative practices guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Chris Thomas.
Members of the board, Chris Thomas, Christiansburg. It's been a week, hasn't it? After the Board of Supervisors threw their little temper tantrum over the board's decision to ask Blacksburg to pay for its own SROs, a number of folks, myself included, tried to work out exactly who pays for what officers at which schools. My understanding is that Dr. Bragan has some of that information, and it could therefore be FOIA'd, but that's not the point. We shouldn't have to. It's much, much, much too hard to work out where money is coming from and where it's going in this county. The board isn't responsible for the finances of the various law enforcement agencies or departments, but it is unfortunately not without blame itself. At every one of these meetings, or nearly every one, the board pays bills. There are a number of these are a matter of public record, and I do appreciate that. But I've been attending nearly every one of these meetings for years now, and the financial disclosures are frankly impenetrable. You have the opportunity to do better. We should know a lot more about how this board and its buildings manage and disperse funds. We should be able to tell what vendors are being paid and for what. Citizens should not be asked to bring a lifetime of context, vendor names, current school programs, and the like to parse these reports. At the very minimum, accounts, vouchers, invoices, and the like should be open to the public. That concludes what I've written on this, but I want to just read a couple of lines from the vendor invoice list that you guys most recently passed, not because they're egregious or anything, but I think it really just illustrates what we're talking about here. Just starting from the top here, we have invoice I-26901, PO 202-54472, invoice date of 4/28/2025, voucher number 533954, warrant number S052025, check number 526615, invoice net amount of $150.18 on 5/20/25. Invoice type is INV, status is PED, PD, I assume that means paid, and the description is Trans 1. Now, I am not an accountant, so maybe that speaks to somebody who is, but it's meaningless to, I think, normal people. There's an additional line here that says it went to an Alan Makalaya, but I don't know who that is, and there's no way to find out. Which is fine, I'm sure, for internal accounting and internal reporting purposes, but from the standpoint of transparency, it's a mystery. It's impenetrable. It's a black box. And we shouldn't have to FOIA this stuff. It should be something we can interrogate, we can investigate, and we can see clearly into. Not because we don't trust you, but because sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other signups, public address is closed. All right, and that brings us to our consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved. To call your attention to a donation that we received for our classrooms.
I'd have to look into that, Ms. Franklin. I don't know specifically what that was from. I do know that it was from the Mountain Valley Pipeline representative that there was funds that were available. I could find out specifically what that is. That seems like a lot of money for one monitor for one class. Dr. Dunleavy, do you know exactly what that was for? Because I know you kind of coordinated that grant. Yes, sir. Do you mind, Board?
Sure, yeah. Be good to get clarity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Dunleavy. I'm the Director of Grants, Innovation, and Partnerships. Great to see everybody. So that was a donation made through the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and that was for purchasing a state-of-the-art display for specifically Miss Catherine Davis at Blacksburg High School. So it's not just a static monitor, it's a way to display to the entire room. And so the specs that she provided and costed out were approximately, I think, $4,600 and some change. But it's a celebration. It's a great event for us that Mountain Valley Pipeline wants to establish that relationship, and hopefully that'll just be the beginning to more donations from that organization.
Yeah, that's great. It's just didn't know how on earth a monitor could cost that much money.
I'd be happy to share the specifications with Dr. Bragan.
That's fine. It's a good enough explanation for me.
Excellent.
Yeah, if you don't mind sharing it, I'd like to share it with the board because I'm a little curious on what I get for a $5,000 monitor.
Yeah. Yeah. So happy to share that with you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? All right. Moving on to our financial reports. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report for May 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Guitry and Ms. Bond. Any discussion? Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Her screen froze, so I'll do it if that's
Okay.
okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Bond and Ms. Purcell. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. And that takes us to our business meeting, and we'll start off with a report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Hudson. I know we have a packed agenda tonight, so I'll be brief. What I wanted to do is just share some visual updates about some capital projects that are currently going on now. I know we've talked about many of these projects, and it's really doesn't look that good on that screen, but I wanted to share with the board that these are active and ongoing during the summer here. If you see that first picture there, that is Montgomery Central, and it's a stark comparison between the replaced windows and the older windows that look like they're original. I don't know exactly when they were there, but that's part of what's ongoing right now. Thank you, Tosh. Okay, this is behind the Ops Center, where we're working on making that lot for all the buses to be parked. And if you drive by on Depot Street, you can see that's the upper spot where we're going to actually put the macadam in the driveway for the buses. But lower down there, they're also moving the dirt down there because that's also a field that I believe the township uses. Just some pictures of that. We'll be happy when that gets up and running. All right, we got a lot of tractor pictures there. There's the windows, just up close to the windows. And, you know, one of the things, it's not just the aesthetics or the visual appearance, but, you know, the functionality there with the, literally some of the wind blowing through, and, you know, the heat factor and the R factor will be significantly increased there as well. Yeah, they were overdue. All right, that's just the beginning work of some of the roofs. We got 2 roofs that are being replaced this year at Auburn Elementary School and at Kipps Elementary School. And they're in the process of doing that work now. That's just some of the materials and insulation on the ground. This is the track at Eastern Montgomery High School. Can't wait for that to finally be done. Coming along. And that's one of the roofing projects as well. Just staging it to get it ready, taking off the old roof there. And that's it. Just want to give you an update that those projects are ongoing. The expectation is they'll all be completed by the start of school. And there'll be more to come, and we'll show you the finished pictures and all that. And there are other more projects that are taking place as well. But thought this was a good time to share that information with the school board.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great.
The visuals are great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Next up, Matthew Hanratty, the Deputy Town Manager of the Town of Blacksburg, will provide a presentation regarding the Margaret Beeks multi-use trail easement.
Good evening, Board. Just want to present to you very briefly for your consideration granting the Town of Blacksburg a multi-use trail easement on the corner of Margaret Beeks Elementary. Been working with staff and Dr. Bragan with this for quite some time now to kind of figure out the logistics, so I'm just going to kind of run through what it is we're asking the school for. So as the topic says, it's a multi-use trail easement on the corner of the property. There'll be a fence that borders it. The town will maintain that trail. It's a 20-foot easement. The trail itself would be 10 feet in the middle of that easement. The construction easement to actually build it is 40 feet just to allow equipment to get in there and do the work. So just to kind of walk you through the location, what you're seeing on the screen now is the back corner of the property. To the bottom of your screen is the new Berry Court subdivision. It's a cul-de-sac. That is where the trail would connect to if the easement was granted. It would cut through the back corner of the school property and then connect behind the emergency access there to our trail network, which will, if you zoom out, that red is an existing trail, and that gets you to the Huckleberry Trail there, which is that green dashed line, and you can see it kind of labeled on the map on the left of your screen. So it kind of connects the neighborhood back around the school ultimately to the Huckleberry Trail. This is just more the technical document of what an actual easement looks like that the school would sign off on to actually formally grant the town. This is just zooming in a little bit on the construction of what it would look like. There's the easement itself laid out of what 20 feet looks like in the back of the school property with the fence there shown. You can see the existing drive. It's kind of hashed at the top of the screen. And then this is the existing condition today, the next 2 pictures. You can see the little survey stakes in the ground. What those demarcate is the middle of the trail. So if you imagine 5 feet on either side of that would be the actual asphalt trail as it cuts through the current fence line. So that fence would actually be extended on the other side of the trail. So, and then that is pretty much it. Fairly straightforward. We appreciate your consideration for this just to kind of help build out our trail network. And again, the town would install the trail and maintain the trail going forward. So I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you for that presentation. School board, any questions?
I just know this has been talked about for a long time, so it's good. It's nice to see some presentation on it.
Well, thank you for your time and consideration.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Hanratty.
Not the hot seat yet, come on.
So I'm just looking at the photograph with the stakes and yeah, that image. So would the town then put in a fence that kind of cuts off that corner and has a fence of school property and then the path is open? Is that what's happening?
Yes, so the
Okay.
fence, if you see where the fence is now, the fence kind of closest up and then along the corner. So basically that fence on the corner would be cut out and it would shoot a diagonal with the trail as the new established fence line. So the inside of that fence would be you call it the school playground in the back there, and then the outside of that is where the trail easement would be, and that people would walk outside of the kind of fenced-in property. And then on the other side of the fence, on the school side, there'll also be landscaping that the town would install as well to kind of buffer it and give it an aesthetic appearance. And we'll coordinate that with school staff.
That was my follow-up, that little, sorry, going back to the right map. Now I'm looking at the overhead of the property, so that little tiny catty corner
Triangle.
that is now outside of the Beeks fence. The town of Blacksburg is going to help maintain that. School staff don't have to kind of
Yes, yeah, where the
go all the way
trail is,
around to deal
correct,
with
yeah.
it. Okay.
On the outside of the fence where the trail is, the town will maintain, correct. Yeah, and it's hard to see where the existing fence is there. You can kind of see it's not where the property line is. The property line is that thin yellow line that's actually in front of that. There's a line of kind of brush that had been cleared out to kind of mark where the trail would go.
Excellent. I think it's really exciting to have more trail connectivity, so thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Oh, Dr. Roundtree, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thanks.
Okay.
I just have a
Dr.
quick,
Guthrie,
thank you so much for the presentation, extending trails. Great, thumbs up. Just a really quick question, it's probably more for the superintendent. I'm assuming that the administration and that building's on board, that there's no concerns. Is there anything we need to know about from that community? Are they all like,
Yeah, if you know that property, or if you looked at the picture, that is the very back corner that gets no use whatsoever.
right?
And, you know, when we talked about it, it might have been almost 2 years ago, right, when this conversation first started. We were like, well, should we get money for that property? Like, we're giving up a piece of our property, so on and so forth. It is basically not used corner of the property, and the gate would need to be upgraded. It's dilapidated as it is. So for us, and from what I spoke to at the building, it's not used at all. It's going to look nicer than it does now, and it's going to be a good neighbor and provide access for that community to get to the trail. So that was why I wanted to bring it in front of all of you and see what your thoughts were.
Great, thank you. Sounds good.
assuming approval from the board to move forward, like what kind of timeline is the town looking at? in order to do
We
this?
would construct it this year sometime. I'd coordinate that with Dr. Bragan and the school schedule, kind of what makes sense. It wouldn't take terribly long. I would think a week or two at absolute most to connect it. And we're also working with private property owner behind the First and Main property to get that easement as well, which they've indicated favorably as well. There's no issues with that property owner either.
Kind of asking the question, because our next meeting is until the end of July, so is there interest in trying to make a motion tonight for this, or do we want to let it ride until the end of July? Totally fine.
I'm fine with it tonight. Just get it done so that it could be used at the beginning of the school year. I mean, this goes back even further than just a couple of years ago. These trails have been talked about for several years, but never really gotten any traction behind them.
Can I get a motion to approve the Margaret Beeks multi-use trail easement proposal?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Dr. Guthrie and Ms. Purcell? Any further discussion? Okay. Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin? Dr. Guthrie?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Great, thank you so much. Next up, Michelle Knotts, our supervisor for school nutrition programs, and Ben Montgomery, the general manager with Sodexo, will present an update on Sodexo's food service.
Board Chair, board members, Dr. Bragan, good evening. Tonight, I would just like to give you a quick overview of some upcoming updates for a new school year. And then when I'm done, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Montgomery, and he would like to do kind of a year-end recap of the food service for this past year. So as we end June and we are approaching July, I just wanted to put this slide back up here because we're getting excited for our part 2 of our summer feeding programs. We have a small change in here as far as location. So the last time I presented this to you all, we had 3 schools that were chosen. We needed to make a change because one of those schools didn't quite fit in the area eligibility tool that was used by the USDA. So what we quickly found was that Belmont Christian Church did. So Ben and I met with the head pastor there, and he absolutely embraced this partnership and wants very much to support us and to be involved however he can. So he will be becoming that 3rd pickup location. So just as a recap, it's going to start in July. It's going to be each Monday in July, the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. And meal pickup times for the meal kits are 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. at those 3 locations. And our marketing campaign for this will actually start tomorrow. We were trying to time it perfectly because we didn't want to confuse everyone with what was going on in June with our open sites. And by the way, that has been going very well. Not super busy, but we're feeding about 225 community members a day. So we are definitely making an impact. So other things happening in school nutrition for the upcoming year. I'm happy to say that we will be adding Bellevue Elementary School to our CEP schools, existing schools. And even happier to say that based on the data, and I use the data for the complete 24-25 school year, working with the VDOE and using the tools that they give us to see which schools not only qualify, but financially make sense to move into a CEP frame. Bellevue Elementary School, because of a lowered enrollment, but yet a increase in free and reduced students this past year, the ISP, which is the individualized student percentage, increased, which then meant we do not need to fund that school as previously thought with the previous year's data. So that's exciting news, and we're going to move them right onto that program. Also, I'd like to announce that there is not going to be an increase in our student or our staff meal prices. We are utilizing the waiver that's available to us. We get to use that waiver when we are able to show a break even or a positive fund balance, and they use the June 2024 data to determine that. And we did have a positive balance, so we are absolutely going to utilize that waiver. And this year, the reduced price waiver still remains in effect. It is the last year that it's been approved. So that means that students that qualify for reduced breakfast and lunch, which would be 30 cents for breakfast, 40 cents they'd have to pay for lunch, is waived for this upcoming school year. Any questions on the couple of slides that I proposed to you this evening?
Good, Dr. Gucci.
Great. Just a couple of questions. So with the addition of Bellevue, how much is that going to lower that line item in our budget? So does it change anything for our allocation in that area? Because let me ask this question, because I don't know the details specifically. So when Bellevue enters the community eligibility program, what are the benefits for us?
Well, the benefits are that the students eat both free breakfast and free lunch. They no longer have to fill out a free and reduced application. All students now qualify for that provision, for that free breakfast and lunch. Administrative burden is significantly reduced. We actually don't even have to use a POS system or a point of service system. The students can come right through the line because we anticipate quite a increase in participation. Yeah. So we can step back from allowing kids to have to put numbers in if we choose to do so. We have tick sheets that we use just to expedite that process. again, we hope that the increase in participation continues as we move throughout the year. Why would it not? And that's going to have to do with great marketing, that get that word out, and that support for that program. And then what it determines when we do reimbursements for those meals, there's going to be a percentage. It's going to fall somewhere around 80-ish%, which means those meals will be able to be claimed at the free reimbursement price. And then the rest of the 20-ish%, we get reimbursements at the paid price. So that's where that balance is. You really want to, you need that percentage of your free reimbursements to be high enough to absorb the low reimbursements that we get from the paid meals.
Okay. And who pays for it? So they're getting free food. Who's paying for that free food? Or the no cost to the students?
Well, that's taken care of by the reimbursements that we get back from the USDA.
From the USDA?
Absolutely. So
okay.
Obviously we heavily utilize USDA commodities, which helps to reduce our food cost.
Yes.
And then the remainder of that cost is paid for by the reimbursements of the meals.
Okay, so do you have an estimate from the USDA? Like once we add the school, what do you think is going to be the increase that we would get from USDA by adding that school? Yeah, I don't know if you can answer that question.
I certainly can. It's just under $3,000.
Okay.
So the tool that they give me to use is what it does is it shakes all the meals out using the traditional model of claiming and a CEP model of claiming. Once I entered in all that data from the last school year, the CEP claiming is just shy of $3,000 more than we would get in traditional claiming for the year.
Excellent, excellent. And how many of our elementary schools are part of this program?
Bellevue makes 7
schools.
Schools total, yes.
So what do you estimate will be the benefit from the USDA by having these 7 schools? I'm assuming by having the 7, we've optimized this program for all of our schools, because you said there was a calculation that's made with this. So for the 7 schools, the USDA, what do you estimate will be the reimbursement for these meals?
I don't want to give you a number right now because I couldn't recall it off the top of my head, but I have that data, and
Yeah.
I'm happy to get that, and I will absolutely get it to Dr. Bregan, and we can pass that information
Okay, thank you.
forward.
I know that I put you on the spot
That's
here.
okay.
I'm just like people.
It's
when
a
we talk about these
substantial number.
programs, and so people don't know, who's paying for this,
Sure.
and why it's important for our community, what the federal government and USDA is doing for this community. So I'm thrilled that we've added, and because I know that there was a critique in the community that I heard that we weren't maximizing these programs. So I'm really thrilled that we were able to add another school.
So am I.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn over to Ben Montgomery. Thank you, everyone.
Just a second.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
To that question about a question whether we were maximizing, quite frankly, since Ms. Knotts has come on board, the amount of maximization, if that's a word, that we have been able to reap in this district for our students and families has been unbelievable. I have never seen this happen before. Maybe some of these programs weren't there before. Maybe we just did not navigate the system to make sure that we were taking advantage of them. But it's been absolutely wonderful. And I personally took some of those other flyers all around town to businesses and places to say, please post this, let people know about this. And people were so excited to hear that this was happening. So I just gonna say again, I just really appreciate what's happening so much, and I want flyers for the next one too.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Franklin.
Board, any other questions before we transition to Sodexo? Yep.
So I just want to say thank you for the presentation and all of the, I'm sorry, Derek, do you want to go?
You go ahead, Dana.
I won't be long, I promise. All the positive I'm seeing from this. I know this, the food for our community and our kids has been it's one of our main issues and one that we all feel very passionate about and want to make sure we take care of our kids. And how you all have gone out and looked and found things to reap the benefits of this program. I'm glad to hear that Belmont is now included. I'm also glad to hear that we have the pickup at our Bellevue's included and Belmont is now a pickup because that's in a location that they're just in a great location. because our students are so spread out, I'm glad to see that there's that more centralized location that gives another option. So people, and for the parents at home who do pay for their kids' lunches, I know they're excited to see no increase, because I know before, when I had a child in school, there was normally an increase in the amount of lunch or the cost of lunch due to various things. And so to see that there is no increase in this year for that, I'm sure that's great news as well. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Roundtree.
Yeah, Ms. Knotts, thank you for all the work to help feed our children, and I very much appreciate it. If we can get a flyer for the July program to post up around, I would appreciate it. You can just send them via email, I'll print them out and post them up. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Board, any other questions? Okay, great.
Dr. Berrigan, board members, thank you for giving us the opportunity to follow up with you for an end of the school year review on all the progress that we've made this year. First thing I want to do is I want to introduce my DM, George Higley, who has come down and visited us today. He's been down here quite a bit this year. He's been incredibly supportive, giving us the resources that we need to be successful here. So I just wanted to introduce him real quick.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We truly appreciate the partnership, and I would definitely call it a major collaboration down here. The reception we received coming in from Montgomery County Public Schools, the administrative group, everybody in the school-based operations have made the task a lot easier. It's great to work with Michelle in collaboration and partnership, so we sincerely appreciate that.
See if I remember how to do this. Yep. So the first thing we wanted to start off with is where we left off last time, where we discussed student surveys. So we broke this out into two different pieces. One where we surveyed K through 8 students, and then we really honed in on our high school students, what this represents as an overall snapshot. So their overall satisfaction at 3.7%, and then where we looks like we have some opportunity with the food quality and our taste at 3.8%, and we're going to go over the plan on how we're going to address that moving forward. I did want to point out that we did 702 surveys at all of the high schools in the county. So I will touch on this elementary one because I thought this was fun. So this is something that we called a table quest that our marketing department put together that's appropriate for the students. They were very generous, as you could see, and we found out that their favorite lunch item was pizza, and the one that they not so favorite was salad, which was fun. But we'll get into the high school piece. So with the 702 students that participated in this, these students were great. I'm gonna just jump to the end and I'm gonna backtrack because I do wanna put a special thanks to Disha, who I was able to coordinate with, and we started this program at CHS, and she was a great liaison with the students because she helped us figure out the best day to do this, how to get them engaged, and everything like that. So I know she's not here today. I think she graduated, but she did, yeah, but she was tremendously helpful. So we really, after we went through all of this data, we were able to put this into 3 different buckets that we're gonna focus in on. So the first one is to revise and diversify our menu. How we really plan to do this is I have introduced rotating weekly specials on here because what we noticed is the kids liked our Big City Bites. That's what we found out from our surveys. The pimento cheese, I had to look up some of the words they used to describe it because I'm getting older and I don't know the slang anymore. They were all positive, I assure you. So the idea is to kind of look at those programs that we only do once a month, once a year, and incorporate that into that weekly rotation moving forward because we know the take rates, we know it's a popular item, and we're going to start with that piece. The second bucket is we noticed that there is some inconsistencies from school to school with some of the food, and we narrowed this down to preparation and following the recipe because I tell my team this all the time. You know, there's one recipe, and there should be no reason that the students like it at one school but not necessarily another school when it's the same recipe. Or they travel from school to school, right? And it's the same one, but they like it better at another school. That tells me that there's a preparation piece wrong, or maybe the recipe's not being followed as it should. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna implement a culinary training class for all of our cooks at our high schools, and it's gonna be led by our executive chef, Chris Martin. And then we're gonna follow up with that with our ops team from a food quality audit to make sure that the information that we're teaching is actually being implemented on the floor, and then obviously we'll come in and we'll do taste tests for ourselves to make sure it's good. And then the third piece is to introduce a feedback loop with the students. There was some stuff on there that we know that we have been doing, and we think that there's some opportunity on our end to make sure we're communicating not only those things that we are doing that may be being missed, but also the things that they have asked us to do that we are going to do. So we are getting that information out there to them. And I got Disha. So from a recruitment and retention standpoint, we touched on what we called the Leadership Academy last time. That is implemented and going, and we've had our meetings in April and May, and we continue to do that moving into the new year. And I think it's been really successful. And again, that just to kind of go over that again, we're going over just the key pieces and the tools that and the knowledge our folks need to move into a management position, so that any frontline folks who are interested, they have the tools and the knowledge that when they move in, it's more of a seamless transition than rather just having to learn all of this stuff and kind of having a crash course on it. We also implemented a program, an Employee of the Month one that we started up. We've had a lot of fun with this one so far. We've had a winner, Kathy Elliott at Shawsville Middle School, and then we've had Amanda over at Price's Fork, who has won in April and May. We also completed our annual reviews that I know we discussed last time, and we went ahead and we've got the merit increases established, and those will be hitting for the new school year. And we also wanted to touch on this one again as well. We started the school year originally, we had 27 vacancies, and we're going into the summer with 7 at the moment. That was less, but we send our information out to the folks, and we request, is anybody who's not coming back this year, just to get a rough estimate of where we need to do for recruitment. And some of this is where that came from. Folks found different opportunities. Some folks moved, everything like that. And so we wanted to touch on our future chefs winner, Evelyn Van Dyke. We had a lot of fun at this event that we hosted at Christiansburg High School. Thank you, Board Member Purcell, for coming and being a judge on that. It was a good time. This was the first one that we have done, and this will be an annual event that we do moving forward, because this is something that our company does on a national level. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but I'm having good thoughts about next year. So, one fun thing that we did was we do the Big City Bites promotions once a month, but for May we thought we'd do something a little different. And at our elementary schools, we actually ran Evelyn Van Dyke's chicken pizza as one of the recipes the last week of May, and it was awesome. I have the stats, but I'm getting behind on myself. So that had a 45% take rate. So 45% of the meals that were eaten that day were all Evelyn's Future Chef winning dish. So it was fun. From a student engagement piece, we're still doing the Big City Bites. I think last time I was talking about the Greek shawarma, so we had that one, and then we went into the Atlanta, which was this pimento cheese, which was tremendously popular. We're still doing our chef demos. We have Chef Chris down there. And then we also did a fun one. There was a National School Breakfast Week presentation at Eastmont Elementary. We have a regional RD that works for Georgia as well and supports all of us, I think Maryland and Virginia. And she was able to come down for National School Breakfast Week and do a presentation with the students and go over the importance of breakfast, the impact it has on the morning routine, the positive impact it has. Help them build some reimbursable meals so they can kind of get an idea of what is a healthy breakfast, and encourage them obviously to come meet with us and what we can offer and supply them as well. And to look ahead, one exciting thing we're interested in doing here is implementation of additional lean paths over summer. This ties in to a sustainability piece, and George has a phenomenal insight on this because he champions this for the state of Virginia. I'll have him touch on that one in a minute. But the first thing is the execution of the survey data. We also are looking forward to the July program that Michelle has discussed with everybody. I put this in a week ago, so we have had our VDOE on-site summer audit on Monday, which we think is a great success, and we're looking forward to the feedback that they have from that, and then to prepare for the new school year coming up. And did you want to touch on the Lean Path? I know that's a really cool program that we currently have at one school, but we'd like to implement elsewhere.
Yeah, so Lean Path is bringing down sustainability to the lowest impact level. So it's teaching and training the employees about how much they're producing or overproducing, and then it's a computerized system that tracks it and allows us to go back the following weeks to reduce it. So as an example, usually Fridays starting off it's a high waste because you got lettuce and stuff you're throwing out. So this allows the hourly workforce to see it for themselves, touch it, feel it, put the input in, and then reduce that waste. And we've seen a significant impact.
And that's wrapping it up. Does anybody have any questions?
Great, thank you so much for that presentation. School board, who has questions and comments?
I have a question. Just in the day-to-day meal preparation and getting the food out to the students, when someone's out, when someone's on vacation, when someone's sick, what happens as far as getting the food prepared for the students? And do you have someone that comes in and subs? Do you contact
on
someone
our
that
staff,
helps
yeah.
or something? Because I've got some feedback about how tough that is, and it seems like that makes a really hard job for our cafeteria ladies, trying to do with 3 what should have been 5 and not having the help.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. We have one person on the bench, a front line that's available to shift around, and we have our ops team, as well as myself included, to be able to go out and assist. Luckily, a lot of, some of the schools are doing 20 meals, 25 meals, which is very manageable, and we've honed in on some of our higher volume schools that are doing 50, 75, sometimes 90 plus meals.
Right.
But if anybody's, we have all those resources available to go assist if anybody's in need.
Okay,
of that,
and
yeah.
I guess there's a whole lot more meals than that on an everyday basis. I'm not talking about so much the sun meals or anything for summer school.
Perhaps the Thursday meals where they're bagging, maybe what you're thinking about, where they're distributing them.
No, I'm talking about
okay.
during the school year. I know there's more
Oh,
than 25
my mistake.
meals.
I'm zoned in on summer
Lunchtime, I
here.
was gonna
Yeah.
say, what?
No, you're
Totally
right. No,
messing
I
up.
apologize.
No, I'm
zoned in
talking
on
about
summer.
every day during the school year when they're serving hundreds of meals
Yes.
on maybe a shorthanded staff. And I'm just wondering, are we able to fill those positions to help those
That's a
men and
primary
women?
focus over the summer right now. So normally what we would do is we would wait for recruitment to start in July. But what we've went ahead and done this summer is we're actually having our HR person contribute to our summer program, as well as still get folks in. So she's had 2 orientations this week. I've seen 2 people hired so far into our Corona system, so I know that they passed their background, they're officially an employee, and we're actually getting them trained during these programs, the summer programs. So it's kind of etching in slow where they're dealing with lower volume, and ideally working with the managers at the schools they're going to be at. So when that time does come and they're put in, and the school does start, it's more of a seamless transition. But that is something, last year we had to start on July 1st. This year we never stopped, we've kept going.
Okay, I still don't know that answers my question. I mean, I think you're talking about hiring more people for that, but I'm more or less talking about when someone's out, when someone's sick, when somebody's on vacation. Do you have subs? Do you have people that go into the schools to help?
So ideally what we would do is we would shift folks around from another school where it makes sense. We would adjust their menu, or we'd have somebody from our ops team go in and assist.
Okay, so you do have somebody that does that.
Yeah, we have the entire county split up into regions. So it's
Okay.
3 different regions that are assigned to a manager.
Okay, but somebody that absolutely does that and will go and do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And if not, let me know. Yeah, so to my knowledge, that's happening. Yeah.
okay.
And we'll go ahead and go around. I'll change the order up here. Ms. Purcell?
I don't really have a lot of specific questions, although I have a question that I wish I had asked in April when they did the Future Chefs competition. Can you share those recipes with us, like of all the finalists that were
100%.
there that day? Because pizza chicken was pretty good, but also was the jambalaya was
Yes, it was.
excellent. So
Absolutely, I can send all those over.
thank you so much.
You bet.
Dr. Roundtree?
Good. Thanks for the presentation. I don't have any questions at this time.
Great. Ms. Franklin?
So the question that Ms. Bond asked was the same question I asked when you were here before. So I'm glad to hear that you all are working on making sure there's plenty of coverage when there are shortages in buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Dr. Guidry?
Thank you so much for the presentation, the update. I love the fact that you have the multifaceted programming, and it's not just about getting kids through that food line. As you know, I had asked for the survey of the food quality because I had heard things from students, and I can tell by your response that you're not pleased with the survey results, because I look at it, was like 3.08 out of 5, so that's like 60% coming out of that survey. So we got to see that go up. So that's just, so I love that it's on your radar and you recognize that needs to go up. So I'm looking forward to the next survey to seeing an increase in the positive responses. But thank you so much. I know that, margins are tight and this is a very difficult business. I was just thinking, as I was looking at that number, Ms. Bond has talked about the concern about wastage. When food quality goes down, I would expect that food wastage would go up. So increasing that quality has multiple benefits. Yeah, thank you.
And Ms. Parton.
So everybody has probably asked the questions that I had. I did want to add, though, thank you for the update on everything, and for Dr. Guitry mentioning the surveys, and for the feedback we did get on that, and then hopefully we will continue to get more feedback on that as well. And for the variety that you're starting to offer and having some of our kids try things that they've never tried before to see if they like it or not, and just kind of expand on that. I'm also liking the chef contest. I think that's great because it teaches our kids a life skill of learning how to cook. And so I think anytime we can implement one of those life skills into something fun and something, a win-win for them and us is a great thing. So I'm glad to hear that that's going to continue, and we're going to be implementing that. Maybe hopefully next year I can be a judge, because Laura's got me thinking that this food sounds really good. So I'm really interested in that. And just thank you guys everything for what you do. This is a hard business. I've worked in food before, so I know how difficult it is and to keep going and the challenges you have. And thank you for always taking care of us and making sure we have a good meal when we have to be here super early. So thank you again.
Great. And I don't have any other questions either. Just thank you for everything and the presentation tonight.
Appreciate it.
All right, great. Next up, the administration presented MTPS capital project update on June 3rd. The projects are presented tonight for approval on the capital plan priorities. Joshua Bauer, the senior project manager with Crabtree, Roebuck and Associates, is available for discussion and questions. I think Josh actually has a presentation to start with before we take our vote.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry, my voice is still kind of rubbish, so I do want to say that following Sodexo is tough. They really do run a fantastic operation, what is a very challenging market. And the students are right. Pizza is way better than salad for lunch. Let's be honest. That was a great find. So there was 7 items from the last meeting that we addressed in the presentation, or there was some requests for additional conversation. So if it's okay, let's go through those items, and then if there's any other discussion to get ready for the 30th. So the first one was at Gilbert Linkus. There was a request to put, and it's tough to see on the screen, to put the doors on the primary classrooms. So in both I believe it's slide 9 and slide 10, we're showing as line item number 2 as to have the doors added in. And again, that's something that could happen over the summertime or part of a larger project. That's something something that we could do sooner than later. So again, that is reflected in the costs and also in the line items for improvement. Security vestibules. Okay, so we have 5 buildings. 4 of the 5 buildings, either A, it's been done, or B, we can do it inside of the building. So at Harding Avenue, we've completed the security vestibule. That work is now done. So there was an issue with the door hardware that has been fixed, and everything to my knowledge is that door that is 100%. So that is complete. It's already active. At Margaret Beeks and Gilbert Linkus, that's also a renovation. We believe that we can accomplish that within the confines of the building to be able to create that. So the idea is that somebody comes up, "Hi, I'm Josh Bauer. I'm here to pick up my daughter." You get then buzzed into the first level, and then your only option is to go into the administrative suite. You don't have the option of walking through the building, which is unfortunately a number of buildings, that, not just here, all throughout the United States. When a lot of buildings were designed, it wasn't designed with the intent of a security vestibule. So again, and then so at Gilbert Linkus, at Margaret Beeks, and at Montgomery Central, we believe we can accomplish the security vestibule with adding door hardware, adding a couple doors, but not putting an addition on. At Charlottesville Middle, Unfortunately, the reception is right at the front door. So the difference at Charlottesville Middle is be a small addition to the front of the building, which essentially would do the same thing we're doing in the other buildings, but would create a roof over top of it. So the idea is also you get to the door, you buzz in, you get to the security vestibule. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make the buildings safer by slowing folks down and making sure the receptionist sees a person, they come up. A lot can be seen through body language. We've talked about that before. They come in there and they look at them and they say, okay, yes, now buzz you into the next level. If you remember the walkthrough at CHS, same thing. They get buzzed in the first place. Their only option is to go in the reception area. They can't wander throughout the building. So that's kind of what our goal is. Any questions on security vestibule? Because they're a little bit different. So Harding Avenue is done. Gilbert Linkus, Margaret Beeks, and Montgomery Central are renovations inside, and then in Charlottesville will be a small addition to it. Yes, my math was incorrect. On slide 4, we were showing the percent increase, and I forgot to multiply by 100%. So in fact, let me get to it. The increase is 92%, not 49%, between 2017 and 2023. So that has been corrected. At Harding Avenue, there was a question about the modulars. Yes, if we do this project with the addition renovations, the modulars are needed because we don't have enough space inside of the building. So if we were to do the addition and the modulars go away, then we would not spend the money on doing the ramp. If the addition does not happen, because again, the way that we establish this is all of these pieces are capital projects, and then we could do larger blocks or do a full comprehensive renovation. So if we were to do an addition renovation and the modulars were no longer needed, we would not spend the money on the ramp. But until the time that those ramps go away or the modulars go away, we do need to put a ramp on the back side. We do have it on the front side, just not on the back side. Consolidating phases. And this is more of a discussion than a... So when we presented probably about a month ago, we looked at phase 1, 2, and 3. So phase 1 would be to renovate and or do the additions to Harding Avenue, Gilbert Lingus, and Margaret Beeks. Phase 2 would be the replacement of Charlottesville Middle School. And then phase 3 would be Montgomery Central. If I understand this correctly, this could be another option. Okay, so phase 1 would still be the 3 elementary schools, Harding Avenue, Gilbert Lingus, and Margaret Beeks. And then phase 2 would be the comprehensive renovations additions at Charlottesville and Montgomery Central. Therefore, taking it from 3 phases to 2 phases, reducing the overall scope and the overall cost of the project. Is this what we believe is as an additional option for a presentation on the 30th? Okay. And the capacity. So if we were to do the as designed, and again, this is a sketch, if we were to replace Charlottesville Middle, this concept is about 750 students. Okay, so that would increase the number of students. This is good to think about if and when the large development is going to happen. So is looking at the existing Charlottesville Middle. Oh, I'm sorry, what did I do? Charlottesville Middle can definitely accommodate the number of students and has room for additional capacity. Maybe something to think about if in fact that addition or that complex of houses does happen, it may be worthy of thinking of this as an option. Again, these are simply just options for discussion. So those were, I believe, the comments from the last board meeting. Was I able to accomplish all of the comments? Was there anything that I missed or something that was not added for clarity?
I think you covered everything, but we'll go around, give the board a chance to ask any questions or provide any other comments for you. So,
okay.
First off, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for presenting.
I'm happy to be here anytime.
Of course. Board, any questions or comments on anything?
I just had a question. When we're looking at the amounts, there's a low and a high. Is that just like when we're inside the working, and the low could be and the high could be, or is it a choice? Because I think that's the two that I've not understood. I thought that it was, okay, this is if we go the low range, and if this is what we go the high range. There were 2 different type options. leaving these classrooms off, adding these classrooms, not doing this, opposed to doing that, because we've had that in the past, options, and I don't seem to have that opportunity.
Right. So yes, and the each one of those items can be selected individually. Okay, so as you're looking at these, you can select any of those items in there, or you can do the comprehensive range, which includes everything. The challenge is that there's a lot of variables. So we're providing the low is what we project the cost to be. The challenge is what we don't know is what's going to happen next year or the following year. When is this going to be funded? Do we, the flooring, do we go with carpet? Do we go with tile? Do we replace more, is there more HVAC that needs to be replaced? So we're giving a range, it's about a 20% range, because while the low is a reasonable cost, what I don't know is when is this going to happen? So if it happens in 2027, there's going to be an increase. So we're trying to project this to say, hey, this is what we think is a reasonable range, and we want to try to stay the low side, but variables outside of our control could shift some things into the higher range. As an example, if oil prices do in fact go up, there's some challenges going on right now, and oil prices go up, asphalt automatically goes up. Okay, so that could raise as much as 40 cents a square foot, just in asphalt. The roofing gets affected by that. So anything that is that has paint, that has a binder in it. So there's a lot of factors that I don't know. So because this is a study and we're not here doing the project, once a project starts, we can kind of narrow it down. But I just don't know. So we're trying to give a range, so we don't say, hey, this is what it's going to cost, and we come back 2 years and say, Josh, you said it was going to cost $27 million. And now it's $29 million. And I say, well, it's because things went up that I don't control. So I'm trying to be preemptive in that, because we just don't know the answers just yet.
Right. I understand all that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's good. I get it. I guess I was meaning more of like you've got option 1 and option 2 here, but option 2, there's nothing, or not that I'm seeing, unless I'm overlooking it. I tried pulling up extra stuff and I didn't.
Just explain the difference between.
Like prices were higher, low and high. Option 1, if you wanted that, it was 19. Say was it Harding Avenue? My
Go to one of the schools,
screen went
Josh.
dead. Hang on.
Right. So with both in phase 1 is the exact same between the two options.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Go to one of the particular schools.
Okay.
Just
Harding
any one
Avenue.
of them.
You got capital improvement task, option 1.
Okay.
And then it's 17 to 20, and I understand all of what you said. And option 2, comprehensive renovations, which is 24,18, and the high is 29. But yet, I'm just wondering what the differences in those two are, other than just the money.
Yes, because the comprehensive renovations would include more work than the capital projects. So there's other factors to that. So the capital pieces, what I try to do is I try to get each individual piece. But as an example, if we did a comprehensive renovation, we're going to replace all the ceilings in the entire building. We're going to replace all the flooring. The capital pieces don't really address that, because we're more identifying items in that. So that's why the comprehensive has more, because it is a complete renovation, where the capital projects are going to be, okay, well, we went in, we replaced the HVAC, but we didn't do the lighting, we didn't do the ceilings, we didn't paint. So I know that's kind of a not great answer, but the comprehensive is intended to encompass everything, all the capital projects, plus all the other factors of a full renovation that would not necessarily be part of the capital pieces. Did I answer you? I know I was. They're not going to add up to be the same. I could make it do that, but it's not going to be.
I'm not expecting them to add up.
Okay.
I understand. I just didn't see a list of maybe what the comprehensive renovations were to say, okay, say this one school, yes, we want the standard, but in this second school, we feel the comprehensive ones are needed. I just was wondering why we didn't.
And I'm happy between now and then the 30th.
No, it's good. It's
Okay.
good. I just was making sure that I'm thinking, no, we're good.
Yes, ma'am. It's just imagine it's everything. There'd be the
Okay,
entire building would look like it's new.
Then, yep, nope, we're good.
Okay.
Ms. Pardon.
So I appreciate you doing the 2 different scenarios for Shawsville, because we're still not quite sure what's going to happen there. So that gives the board something to think about and consider for that option. And I understand what you're saying about the differences if I'm understanding it right, you're kind of saying you're not sure, is that kind of like, you're not sure what you're gonna run into, so to speak, or added measures of something that has to be done that hasn't been factored into that first
So the
amount?
Yeah, so the capital projects, if you remember, we met with the staff and and they said, here are the things that we want to improve. Okay, so what that doesn't do is that if we did all of the capital projects, it would not be a comprehensive renovation. So there's areas of the building that we would not be touching. So what the comprehensive says is we are doing 100% of the building. Everything gets painted. All the windows get replaced. The roof gets done. You know, the roof, the bus and the car drop off get fixed. Loading docks get, like, it is everything. The top 20 items are not everything. Those were just what each of the schools and the public said, hey, these are important to us, and that's what that capital project
Okay,
list.
gotcha. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Maybe, hopefully I did a better job this time.
And even though it's not on here, I just want to say thank you so much for our tour of Christiansburg High School. It was phenomenal, and it looks fantastic, and I'm so excited, and I can't wait for the public to see it in person, and thank you for all of your hard work on that and your team.
Thank you for attending, and my voice is still kind of rubbish, but the buildings we designed, you know, we get in, few buildings are even more impressive than what our vision was. And I think Christiansburg is one of those that I walk in and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is really fantastic. And it really is. Like, it really turned out so wonderful. And I'm so excited for the students and for the staff to be able to get through it for the first time. And folks say, why do you go through all the struggles, you know, and the challenges you have? Because when we do the ribbon cutting, you know, in late July, and you see the students and the staff and the community walk through the building, that's why we do this. We do that for the folks that are going to be living in those spaces and benefit our community. That's why we do it.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes, just to echo, though, that tour was really wonderful, and thank you for the updates. So I want to return to the issue that I raised in a second, but I wanted to clarify about the modulars at Harding. You spoke a little fast. So with the renovation, those modules are going to disappear, correct?
So renovation and addition are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, we could renovate the entire existing building, and we're not going to be able to create enough classrooms to make the modulars go away because you don't have enough space in there.
Uh-huh.
So if we did the addition, which is the fifth grade, the special classroom, and the dining room, that would get rid of the modulars because that would make up the balance for the spaces that you have in those modulars. And actually, they would go in the same spot.
And so if I look at the capital improvement task options, 1 and 2, where does, say, that fifth grade special classroom addition and dining room addition come in? Where would I see that?
In the capital list?
Just on that drawing there. Like, if I were just coming up cold to this, I would look at this
so
and
it'd be right here.
So I know what it is, but in terms of cost, the breakdown and the choices that have to be made.
It's there. I can't see that.
It's option 5, right?
So that addition is $2 million to $2.4 million for that addition.
Number 5 on the list.
Okay. Great. So I'm just thinking about the questions that you asked, which is, there are going to be people who are going to see this and aren't going to have the benefit of you explaining. So if I saw this, I would look and think, okay, so the modulars are going away, but that's not necessarily the case. And so I'm not asking for a major change to this document, but like, we're going to be giving this to the Board of Supervisors and the community will look at this. And I think that they would have questions similar to the ones that we have, even though we've seen this multiple times. So I don't know if there's a easy way to be able to communicate. So this is a self-contained plan. So really, these are the phases. This is the price range. These are some of the major decisions that have to be made based on cost. But does that help?
It does. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate option 1 and option 2 onto 2 different sheets. Okay, so right now they're both on this sheet and this sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a narrative on there to say, The capital pieces here again were items that the community and the staff wanted as a desire. They can be selected individually or in multiple pieces. Then I'll put another narrative for option 2, and I'll do a better job than that. For option 2 is a comprehensive renovation, which includes the renovations and the additions in their entirety for the entire building. And hopefully that adding narratives on there, you know, I don't know, a paragraph for both of them to try to explain a little bit better what this is. So somebody picks it up, they can say, oh, this makes sense.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I'll try to make this more clear of a standalone document.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I don't want you to make major changes. It's just, I had the same question, and I'm sure there are going to be people out there that have similar questions.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
We'll do our best to make this as absolutely clear across all five projects.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Franklin?
A couple of my questions have already been asked, but the one that I'm not clear on is the cost, because it's going to be several years before these projects are even able to begin because of the funding. How far have you projected out for cost?
5 years.
5 years.
Anything more than 5 years is very difficult. I mean, it's already difficult as it is. So I was trying to project as my high cost to be a 5-year mark. If it goes greater than that, I would have to do additional guessing on top of that.
Okay.
And I can also add that on there that we're projecting this to be a 5-year time frame. And any greater than that, it could possibly have an impact.
So at 5 years, the projections for the cost that you have, that is the high end, that in 5 years, this is what this will be. But if some miracle happens and we can get something started in 3 years, it will reduce the cost, of course, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And it will always be our goal to be as on the low side as possible. Obviously, we don't want to sacrifice quality, you know, but again, our goal is always to be as cost effective as possible in all of our decisions.
I'll just have to say there's no way we do any kind of renovation where we still have modulars. That's, you know, that just is not comprehensible to think about that. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Franklin's comments about renovations and leaving modulars in place. I just wanted to also express my thanks for the tour of Christiansburg High School. The building there is looking amazing, beautiful. I think all the students are going to be extremely happy walking through the doors this coming school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Purcell?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bauer, for driving on down to Montgomery County 2 weeks in a row. And thank you for all of your work. I think that most of my questions and concerns have been addressed. We just need to figure out as many avenues and options as possible about how to fund it so that kids can have safe, up-to-date, inspiring places to learn, because I think that's what I came away from being at the Christiansburg High School renovation, that you can be excited to learn in this building. So thank you.
Great. And I don't have any questions either, just thank you. Good to see you. Sure.
I think when you, and this is just for me, somebody, if I was looking for that, I think what Ms. Franklin asked about how many years this is projected out, I think if I would have known that, it would have kind of made a little more sense. Maybe could you notation that? Mm-hmm. That just anyone that is looking at it, they know this is a projected 5 years out cost expenditure, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of people like me who get this and go, oh my gosh, wow. They're not thinking this is something that's going to be 5 years out. So, you know, that would be a help, maybe in parentheses, 5 years out.
And I said, just like when I do the narrative, I'll also amend that also. I said to try to make this as clear of a document saying, again, these are our projected costs on the low side. If depending on how long it takes to fund it, this is projecting out 5 years, which is now 2030, which is hard to believe. So.
Knowing that.
Board, any other questions or comments before we go to our vote?
Since we haven't decided on Charlottesville Middle, how do we vote, or is it just going to be on these?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we're voting on is basically this presentation that we are taking to the Board of Supervisors to have that conversation, right?
But that is
The-
just an option on the floor. We're just voting to have that option. If futuristic plans to do it, it's not saying, yes, we want to do one way or the other as far as Charlottesville Middle School.
Correct. I believe that's what the board had asked to do, the 2 options, depending on what that development
Right,
looks
but I'm
like
just
in the
saying,
next
when
couple
we
of years.
approve, we're approving
The plan.
either one. Gotcha, the plan. Okay.
Well, that's a good point, though, because let's be clear in our motion. So if you'll go back to the beginning of your deck, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's my good. Yeah. So this is what we started with, option 1. At our last meeting where we discussed this, I think as a board, we agreed that we wanted to move forward with option 2, which is on the next slide. So I guess I just want to be clear with our motion tonight, to your point, are we approving this? Was the intention from the administration, from whoever, that we are approving option 2 as our ask? Or are we just approving this whole package as a discussion point to go to the Board of Supervisors?
I thought y'all were clear at the last meeting that it was going to be option 2. I think that was just for illustrative purposes. This was number 1, and this is what we're moving to. So we will delete that first slide
Right. Yeah, I think that'll just cause
and make
confusion
that
if that's still in
just
there.
the option, not 1 and 2.
Yeah, and we'll get rid of option 2, so that way it's clear. It's just this is our preferred option.
So what I recall is with the conversation around Charlottesville Middle is making a statement or putting it out there that depending on what that development is down there, we may need to move to looking at new construction versus renovation. I myself, with all the renovations that we've done and how beautifully they've turned out and are working so well, I just would always be leaning toward renovations at this point, just because of the cost for construction is just outrageous.
Well, and if you look at it, there's, I think, an enrollment now of 190. And if you did a new school, it would put it up to 490. And the school would almost have to be, looked at as renovating again by the time those students would get to that amount of students to fill that building. So that's what made me think I would rather go with a renovation route and seeing just how great it was in the Auburn Strand for their middle school. So it's the same thing we did in another smaller community. So
I do agree with Ms. Franklin. There's value in keeping the concept for the new school in there just as a talking point with the Board of Supervisors in case that question comes up, because I know it's on their mind, right? But there's a lot of uncertainty, and based on how we have this mapped out here, like that is most certainly not going to be inside of the 5-year time frame that we're looking at anyway. So we're going to have to revisit that before we make that decision anyway. But it's still good to have that on there. But I do think that presenting an option that we're all in agreement of is going to be clearer, and I think that's option 2. Okay.
Would it make sense to perhaps put an asterisk by Shawsville Middle School just to indicate that options may need to change if the development went forward and the enrollment in that part of the county were to increase substantially?
Yeah, I think it's definitely value. I think there's some other comments about putting some caveats, some clarity in here as we're presenting this to folks who haven't been in multiple meetings with you to see this thing, right? Just to kind of have the context, and I agree with that one. Yeah.
May I suggest, This is a little different because we're not amending text. This as a plan, but would it be appropriate to offer a friendly amendment to the motion with the specific requests that we would like for the change to the plan? Or is that not necessary? Because we're asking for changes verbally. If we had a text, we would do amendments to the text, but we're not, these are plans.
Yeah, I think we haven't made a motion yet, so we can definitely make that motion
Okay,
however we
when we
want
do
to.
make the motion.
Yeah, we're still discussing at this point. yeah,
Okay,
but-
okay, sorry, I didn't remember if we
Yeah,
had
sorry,
actually
yeah.
started with a motion or not.
But I do think that the motion should include approving it with option 2 as our preferred option and some additional clarifications in advance of our Board of Supervisors meeting.
Yeah. So I don't know, I don't think Derek has been able to, Dr. Roundtree has been able to speak, but I was going to add my contribution, but we should allow him to speak first.
We've gone around once. This is kind of an open session here, but yeah, since I can't see him to see if he has a question. Dr. Roundtree, do you have any other questions or comments at this point? We don't have a motion yet.
No,
This is still just kind of open.
No, we went around that first time, and it's just open discussion now, I think, was kind of where we were going.
Okay.
But I didn't have anything else to add to that. The idea of adding some text, going with option 2, putting option 1 as a reference sounds good to me.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be that we only have that first slide with the phase 1 and 2, and that we basically move the slide and the drawings to the end of the whole plan, and then in that kind of appendices, put that option, in case whatever language you want to use of that development being added. So it's just really clear to anyone who's going through this that this
an
is the
alternate.
plan, but a future date, just so people don't think, oh, they're trying to sneak in a new building here, because I could see people maybe thinking that. That would be my recommendation, is just move it all to the end.
You're not talking about some kind of bait and switch, are you?
Well, and not to muddy the waters anymore, but when I said 490, I looked at it wrong because that's the renovation. And if it were to be a new school, that's 750 students. And I just don't see that area of the county in the next 40 years being able to fill 750 students in a middle school. So if they were to decide that building a new building was something that we wanted to go, is there an opportunity to make the building a little less to where it's not as large of a building?
Yes, we could, it could be 400, 500, 600 students. It really depends on what is the desire. So if that option ever came about, we could re-examine and say what is appropriate, especially if the development happens. We can have more real data on what that actually should look like.
Because even if the development were to happen, it's 300 to 400 homes, and that's not guaranteed that every one of them would have students. So that's still nowhere near what that capacity would be. And then that, like I said, would be a number of years down the road. So I think we need to think a little bit more of reality. And so that would be my conversation if we decided to go with that caveat of doing both. I would want to see something in a smaller presentation.
We haven't really thought yet about how we are planning to present this to Board of Supervisors, but I mean, is the intention for Josh to present that, or are we presenting that? I mean, these are our slides, right? So we can make whatever edits we need to make to get them ready for the Board of Supervisors. Is that fair?
Yeah, I believe my thought was not Josh, we would make the presentation. This is what we worked on. Here's our plan that we want to look at possibly funding in the next couple of years. What are your thoughts?
Just to not complicate our motion with edits to a slide deck that we control anyway, right? We'll just, yeah.
I was just going to add, one of the reasons for trying to allay that concern is that we don't actually want to influence public opinion for or against that development. So if we come in, and if it's a live option that we might be building a new school that we could impact, people might resist or go one way or another, and we just don't want to. We don't want to influence that because I know that there's division in that community about it.
Okay. Any more discussion before we make a motion here? You're being very patient, thank you. Okay. I'm going to try to craft the motion here. This is just to clarify on top of what we talked about tonight. So do I have a motion to approve the capital plan priorities as presented, with option 2 being our preferred option? Ms. Franklin and Ms. Bond? Any further discussion? Okay, great. Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Well done. Thank you all. Okay, well.
All right, moving right along. Due to the July break for the school board, the superintendent will need to be able to hire and appoint employees during that time to prepare for the start of school. The school board will review appointments from this time at their July 29th meeting. Do I have a motion to authorize the superintendent to hire and appoint employees between June 17th and July 29th, 2025, while the school board is on break?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Bond and Ms. Parton. Any discussion? Okay. Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Franklin? Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Next up, a revised 2025-26 operating budget is presented for approval tonight. Angie Bland, our Director of Finance, and Trevor Bennett, our Budget and Finance Manager, are available for questions if needed. Do you want to present, I assume, off the slides first, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Good evening. Mr. Bennett and I are here this evening to present the 25-26 fiscal year budget revisions. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Is that better? Okay, great. Last week at the Board of Supervisors meeting, the budget received their final appropriation. And as part of that appropriation, there was an amendment to remove $280,000 from the instructional category for the school system. So the next day, we went back to take a look at how we could take care of that in that category. There were 3 basic options that we looked at, 3 categories that amount of money could potentially come out of in the instructional area. One of those, the first one was salaries. And of course, that would mean potentially 3 positions that you would have to remove from consideration. The next one would be for goods and services, and that would take directly out of classroom supplies and services for the students. So the last category was in the other services, salary services for healthcare costs and for workers' compensation. 2 of the areas, we looked at these 2 and they have the greatest benefit as far as a removal in the budget. For workers' compensation, we actually received the proposal after our budget had been finalized. We received that closer to June when we received that. They've been very competitive and offered us, reduced pricing. Generally, we see an increase every year, and we do budget for that. We actually had a savings of approximately $30,000 this year. We've worked very hard with the company, our insurance company. We work on workers' comp claims. We work with them to try and save where there are any avenues for that, and it's paid off. So there is a discount on that. And then health insurance costs. Obviously, it's very hard to predict the health of employees, each year. But with the pharmacy savings, the credits we receive, we're starting to receive the additional rebates. The district as a whole is doing very well with those. And we feel that this would be an area that we could potentially do that and remove the 250 and still make it that within budget. We're working very hard to keep that reserve up. This could impact that a little bit. We would have to take a look closer, as the next year as we start to do reappropriations, but we're hoping that would not impact that healthcare reserve account.
Okay, great.
Yes, and the final slide just shows the breakdown with that reduction in the $280,000. Any questions?
Okay, thanks for that.
Sure.
School board, who has any questions or comments tonight?
Dr. Bragan, fully funding the healthcare reserve account has been a kind of a fiscal management priority of yours that you've mentioned several times. So how do you see reducing funds in this way affecting just being good stewards of this benefit that we provide for MCPS employees?
A great question, and any time after the budget's been approved, then you're looking at a reduction of almost $300,000. As Ms. Bland said, you're looking to find, the least impact. Where is it going to hurt the least? But it hurts no matter where you take it from. So we talked about almost a year and a half ago about our health insurance reserve fund being significantly underfunded, and we're working to increase that. So this will definitely impact that. There'll be less money there, and we're, as Ms. Bland said, you don't know about the health of employees. We're fully funded, so we're a self-funded position, so we pay every bill that comes in. We think we're okay, but we budgeted, in that line item, $250,000 more based on our anticipated experiences. Should they come in a little less, that's going to be good. Should they come in a little more, that's going to hit their reserve fund and lower that. So, yeah, it's impactful. I don't know where else you find $300,000. I think what the finance department tried really hard to do, let's find the least of a bunch of bad situations. What's going to be the least impactful? With our fingers crossed.
So can you tell us where that reserve fund is at right now?
Sure. It changes weekly as claims come in and we process those. But the last time that we looked at the reserve balance was approximately $1.6 million.
And where should it be?
So, our goal is $4 million. We're nowhere close to that, but we've been working very hard to get to $2 million. It's very unpredictable. The healthcare costs just keep rising, and our consultants do a great job of advising us, do we need to raise insurance costs for employees? And we worked very hard not to do that. We're going to continue to strive to try and do that, but we have to look at that closely each budget year. With that reserve, that certainly helps that, and that will delay that, being a consideration.
Right. So that reserve fund, which was very healthy at one time, under the previous administration, that was not being managed the way it should have. And that's why it is so low at this point, and we have been trying for several years to build that up with our end-of-year funds and any way that we could come up with funds to fill that. So I just hope and pray that all of our employees and their families stay very healthy until we can build this back up and have a better cushion in case we do have some claims that would impact that fund. It's just very sad that we have to do this. In all my years on this board and being involved with public government, have never seen anything like what these supervisors have done. It is truly unbelievable and, in my opinion, unforgivable to the citizens of this county, and especially our students. because we're supposed to be providing education the best we can for these students, and our insurance is one of those benefits that we are able to offer employees to help draw them to Montgomery County. We can look at salaries across the area around us, and the majority of the systems do not offer the same level of benefit as far as the health insurance as Montgomery County does, which helps us to folks to weigh out maybe a little less money, but I'm not paying as much in benefits. So I have a lot of things I'd like to say about what happened there, but I'll save that for another meeting. But thank you all.
Dr. Guthrie?
Thank you. There are two issues I want to bring up, but first I just want to talk about the technical details here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but according to the Code of Virginia, once the Board of Supervisors makes the appropriation, it does so by category instead of lump sum, correct?
That is correct.
And once they've made that appropriation to a category, the school board, the schools is not authorized to move funds from one category to another by law. Is that correct?
So it would require both boards to approve that. We can request it, but we can't just move them back and forth without.
Right, we don't have that authority to do that. And I'm not suggesting that they wouldn't authorize that. So was the administration alerted beforehand by the Board of Supervisors of any concerns about our instructional budget? Was there any concern from the Board of Supervisors about our educational budget, or instruction rather?
No.
No. And did the Board of Supervisors, the county administrator, reach out before that meeting to express any concerns or to let the school division know that the Board of Supervisors might be removing $280,000 from our instructional budget?
I was made aware there were concerns, and I think as perhaps some board members were by some Board of Supervisor members, but lacking any specificity on what was going to take place. Or any confirmation that, yes, we were doing this. No, that did not happen.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I did listen to the meeting. As far as I can recall, there was no discussion in the amendment of the budget of the appropriation for instruction. Is that correct?
As I remember the meeting, sitting in the audience, it's different on the dais, but there was a comment made towards the very end by one of the Board of Supervisors, something to the effect of, will this affect salaries or raises? Something like that. And I was in the audience kind of put on the spot, and I just said, I hope not, or no, or something like that. But I didn't come to the mic or speak about it. That's the only part that I remember from that meeting.
Right, but the Board of Supervisors themselves, they did not discuss where they were going to reappropriate the money, where they were going to remove the $280,000.
I don't believe that was discussed specifically.
Okay. So I have concerns about the manner in which this was done, not only in terms of respect for this board and the administration, but also I have questions about the statutory requirements of the Board of Supervisors, because they're not able to make line item vetoes to our budget. And that is, in my interpretation, precisely what they did, because our school security officer programs was $280,000. And so when they had their discussion, and I'm not going to belabor this point, but they were trying to find two pieces. One-time piece was going to be for vehicles and uniforms, et cetera, $370,000. But then they were trying to find $280,000. And Supervisor King started his discussion by saying the 277, which is 280,000, as I stated before, each one of us thought when the school budget went through, there was going to be security in the schools. So we allocated the $280,000. That right there will be for the salary and benefits. That's what it was determined to be for. So whether or not they technically violated the law in terms of intent, we have right here the statement from the supervisor that that was the intent of the Board of Supervisors when they made that decision. And I'm just going to say this now so I don't have to say anything else about this. I don't know why they couldn't have just put the $280,000 into a fund and set that side of fund because they can appropriate money for this purpose, and funded the SSO program. They were so concerned about having officers in. By August, we had Sheriff Pardon say, we've got 2 officers who are ready for the SSO program. Instead, the county's going to spend over $300,000 that it did not want to spend because it said it had no other choice. I don't know if anybody's aware of anything in the law that would not permit the Board of Supervisors to put that $280,000. They found $370,000 into a fund and say to the school board, we're going to fund it this year, but next year we would like for you to put this in your budget if it works out. There was nothing in that deliberation said that there could not have been a different approach to this, but instead they took $280,000 out of instruction. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. We'll keep going around. Ms. Pardon?
Okay, so for me, just me, the safety of our students, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, and everybody that comes in that school is the most important thing in my eyes. So I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for funding the Sheriff's Office the money to at least put 2 SROs in 2 of our 4 schools that we need to have security in. So I do want to publicly thank them for that. And that was all I needed to say.
Ms. Bond?
I think when we were having our discussion, it would have been a help for me just to help understand when we were talking about SSOs and SROs that the county actually does pay for 2 in Christiansburg. And I don't think I knew that or I was aware until a little later that they also funded some of Christiansburg SROs in some of the schools. Although I didn't care for how it happened, I do agree that I'm glad that they're doing it. I don't think that it was done correctly. I think in the beginning, if they were that adamant about it, they should have said, we really would like to see you do that with this money. I think it would have given us a better direction. I get frustrated because I feel like, and this is just me, sometimes Board of Supervisors members try to make us look like we're making a mistake. And I'm kind of tired of that. You know, I like each and every one of them, and I think they do a good job, and I think they work hard. But this is not the first time that it seems like publicly they try to make us look like we've dropped the ball. When we have a format, we have a way, we have a how we do things. And that's kind of like I'm going to give you $30 to go buy a pair of jeans and shoes, and the shoes didn't fit and the jeans weren't there, and so the student bought something else. Well, you didn't buy what I told you to, so I'm going to take you $30 back. I don't know that that's just good leadership. And with no disrespect to them, they did what they thought they needed to do, and I appreciate that. But I think the manner and how it was done, we're a professional board, we work hard as well. And sometimes, like I said, it seems like everything that comes down the pike that they don't always agree with, we're the ones to look like we've made a mistake. And I just don't think that's fair to us. So, but I will be voting no on this because I still stand to believe that it should have came out of the steps. I've already started getting questions of, well, what's going to happen when we reach the 20 years? Well, that's it. And I don't think everybody truly understands that, yes, I know that there'll be raises and there'll be bonuses and things like that, but when you reach the top of the pay scale, you're there. And at 20 years, so that 35-year person, unless something changes or unless I'm just understanding it wrong, like I said, I've already started getting some questions about that. So, and I feel like that's what's going to happen. But, so I will be voting no.
Just to clarify what I was trying to do here, but I didn't explain this at the beginning. So you know, just so Ms. Bland doesn't have to keep standing up here in front of us. This was more just questions for what you presented. We are going to do our motion, and we'll have plenty of time for comments as a part of the motion as well. So just to save you guys a little bit of standing there. But sorry, you know, you would have liked for me to have said that earlier, but that's fine. So I guess.
It keeps us in the dark.
Yeah, I know, right?
What to tell them.
Exactly. So I guess going around, I'll go to Dr. Roundtree next, and then if there are any other questions for Ms. Bland and Mr. Bennett before we take our vote. So Dr. Roundtree.
Okay, you let them sit down, right, before my statement?
Maybe.
Okay. So to start with, just a brief public service announcement for our students. Don't text or leave messages when you're upset. I think the gentleman during public address expressed my frustration and disappointment with my Board of Supervisor member of District E quite well. Now, I'm very disappointed with him for not bringing this to my attention that they were going to take $280,000 from the school budget prior to doing it. I would have appreciated a level of respect in giving me that address. But how did we get here? So on June 9th, the Montgomery Board of Supervisors decided to rescind $280,000 from MCPS's budget. Where will the funds be taken from? School nutrition, teacher retention, special education. Well, that's kind of what we're deciding here. It sounds like it's aligned with teacher retention. So how did we actually get here? Why did the Board of Supervisors take funds from the school board after the school board did what the Board of Supervisors says we have to do when they don't fully fund the requested budget? Make hard choices. Why did our individual Board of Supervisors not have respect to call us and tell us they were planning to do this? Why did our Board of Supervisors stab us in the back? Well, let's take a quick trip in Mr. Peabody's Wayback Machine. During the school board meeting on December 3rd, 2024, in the recording at 1 hour and 46 minutes, Dr. Bragan presents to the board a new program available to retired law enforcement that allows retired law enforcement to serve as school security officers, SSOs, without penalty to their Virginia retirement system benefits. This is the first presentation on SSOs, not to be confused with SROs, which are deputies or officers, so either Montgomery County Sheriff employees or police department employees. SSOs are required by state code to be school district employees, i.e. not law enforcement. Additional information in a question and answer with the local sheriff and police chiefs was requested. During the school board meeting on January 21st, 2025, Sheriff Barton and Chief Ramsey attended the meeting to provide a question and answer session with the board. Minute 50 of that meeting's recordings. During both of these meetings, it was indicated that the law enforcement agencies could not find SROs to fill the positions in Blacksburg elementary schools, such that each school had a full-time SRO and that the SSO program provided a temporary fix to the issue. My fellow board member, Ms. Franklin, pointed out in both meetings that there is a potential slippery slope of the town councils and Board of Supervisors slowly pulling funding from the law enforcement SRO programs, adding to the burden of the school's provided non-law enforcement SSO programs. Later in the spring, the school board finalizes their budget to propose to the Board of Supervisors, along with the Board of Supervisors budget, a total budget that will require 2.5 cents per $100 of increase in real estate taxes. The additions to the school board's budget beyond their 2024 budget were additional personnel that included an administrator of fine arts, 10 spec ed teachers, 7.5 paraprofessionals, 1 gifted teacher, 3 ELL teachers, 2 nurses, 2 504 coordinators, 4 custodians, a reduction of 4 teachers, 2 of which would be replaced with the dual language program if approved. Other additions were salary enhancement, minimum wage increases, teacher salary adjustments, classified salary scale adjustments, school board salary increases, school security officers, dual language program, additional instruction needs, additional PD, and lunch and breakfast at no cost to students. During the Board of Supervisors meetings on the budget and tax rate, many Montgomery County residents addressed the Board of Supervisors saying that they support the MCPS budget to increase special education services to our students, teacher retention, and support child nutrition in our schools. I myself addressed the Board of Supervisors saying, Chair DeMott's, Administrator Hills, Supervisors, thank you for the job you do overseeing and budgeting services in Montgomery County. I'm here today as a resident of Montgomery County as you work tonight to set an advertised tax rate for the county. I would like you to consider an increase to our current 0.76% rate. Our county is growing, and with that growth comes additional community services. I commend you on your expansion of emergency services in Eastern Montgomery and the planned expansion in West Central Montgomery. As the county expands services beyond organic growth, we as residents must expect our tax rates to go up, opposed to cutting the organic growth of other services. For reference, comparing our tax rate to similar municipalities with approximately 100,000 residents, Roanoke County comes in with a tax rate of 0.894%, and Roanoke City at 1.056%. Now turning to the MCPS school budget, in your current plans, you have a shortfall of the MCPS requested budget of $2.9 million. If real estate taxes are the only way to cover this, it would require a tax rate increase from 0.76 to 0.785 or $75 per year on a $300,000 property, which is $6.25 per month. This is the cost of funding the MCPS budget increase. What is the cost of not funding it? The school system would be required to cut items from their budget. The additions to the school budget over the 2024-2025 school year, which would most likely be targeted for these cuts are, and I listed the entirety of the list that I listed a moment ago that included school security officers. It is the school board's job to run the school system with the funds you provide for them, and they will. However, as a rhetorical question, which of the items do you view as excessive and not needed for the growth of our educational system in Montgomery County? In closing, I want to speak to school lunch and breakfast at no cost to students. The purpose of this program is to improve educational outcomes for Montgomery County public school students. There are a plethora of benefits that will be seen from this program, from reduced stigma to increased performance on math testing. As I laid out last week in the school board and board of supervisors joint meeting, additionally, I would highlight for Supervisor Grafke, of District E, and Fujikowski of District C, your community members that attend Prices Fork Elementary School and Falling Branch Elementary School receive this benefit through the Community Eligibility Provision CEP program. However, when the students graduate to middle school, this program does not follow them, leaving those students that are on the margin at risk of going without school meals. I encourage you and the rest of the board to fully fund the school's requested budget for the 2025-2026 school year toward providing the best outcome for students we as a community can provide. Thank you for your work and your time. Note, funding the whole list required a 2.5 cent per $100 tax increase. The Board of Supervisors only advertised and later approved a 1 cent increase, meaning the school board, in the Board of Supervisors' words, had to make tough choices. So what were the hard decisions the school board made? The addition of 10 special education teachers was reduced to 7. Adjustments of the pay scales for teachers and staff to improve recruitment and retention went from going from 36 years to 15 years, went from 36 years to 20 years instead. The school board decided not to fund the addition of the school security officer program. The initiation of a dual language program at Price's Fork Elementary School was not funded. Lunch and breakfast at no cost to students was decreased to only breakfast at no cost. Each of these cuts was painstaking to this board, but we were able to partially fund those items called out by the majority of Montgomery County residents. Increase special education service to our students, teacher retention, and support child nutrition in our schools. Additionally, during the school board's April 22nd meeting, I suggested that the public petition the Blacksburg Town Council to provide SROs. I did not push further as it came to light shortly after that the sheriff, through the county budget, has been providing SROs to Christiansburg Elementary School and Christiansburg Primary School for the past 2 years. To be equitable, the county should be providing similar services to Blacksburg. On May 20th, the school board approved its budget. At this same meeting, I suggested we add to our legislative agenda to petition the state legislatures to modify the SSO program to allow retired law enforcement to serve as SROs in law enforcement agencies without penalty to drawing their VRS benefits. This is still being pursued by the board today.
Dr.
On June 9th,
could I ask you to put a pause on your comments there and continue as a part of the motion or whatever, because we haven't really gotten through all of our questions yet.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think we are still in question mode. We don't even have a motion yet. Are there any other questions for Ms. Bland or Mr. Bennett?
I have just two really quick ones. Do we have to make this change by July 1st? Is there a hard deadline for our budget? I'm just trying to understand. I know that there was a deadline in May for them to approve our budget.
Yes, that's a very good question. When they approved their budget in May, and that's following that, the school board had to go back and make the changes and make the deletions in order for that to happen. That's considered a working budget. Now, the majority of the time that remains, and that's what gets appropriated. But until that final appropriation, any changes can be made so that, they made the change and then they appropriate it. That is our budget now. So we are required at this time to remove the $280,000 from the instructional category. So in order to load the budget into our system and be able to process bills and payrolls and all of that, we would have to follow those categories and that removal. The school board does have an option to make a motion and to vote if you would like to, going forward, consider changes to other categories. So we could do a categorical change. We would just have to land on where you would want those funds to be removed if you wanted to restore that 280 to the instructional category, or lessen that amount in that category and put it in others, and then it would go to the Board of Supervisors, and that change could be made. But at this time, the budget stands where they have appropriated the money. That we don't go back to them with this change now. It is final as far as the Board of Supervisors are concerned.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. So I have an idea. So because we can ask for changes in appropriation, are we able, since they did establish a contingency fund with the $280,000, are we able to ask for an appropriation of $280,000 so that we can have the SSO program and have those two SSO programs that Sheriff Pardon said are in the wings and ready to go to be able to launch that program and have it ready for the beginning of the school year? Can we do that legally?
So at any time, as a board, you can request an appropriation, additional money to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, because we would save the county $370,000 if we went that route, correct? Because they said that they were going to have to find that one-time funds in order for them to fund an SRO program, whereas if we just had the SSO program, because that was part of their debate, was how much more expensive. But if they just reappropriated the $280,000 back to the school division, we could have the SSO program, and we have two officers who are ready to go by August, correct?
Oh, so what I will say to that is absolutely not.
Okay.
They decided to make this choice to pull that money out of our budget because they didn't like what we did. And they don't get to dictate to us how we allocate the funds in our budget. They stated and we stated there is a process. And that process is you give us what you give us, and then we decide how we're going to allocate that monies to our budget. This board decided we were not going to fund the SSO program at this time. And to say, oh, we've cut $280,000 out of our budget because you took it back, give it back to us and we'll do just what you wanted us to do? I don't think so.
I'm just presenting an option that would save the county, and I'm not in favor because I'm just trying to, if security is really the concern from the Board of Supervisors, there is an alternative pathway. Either we request or they themselves deliberate and make a decision, because they said it's not punitive. If it's not punitive, it should be about security at the cheapest cost. So I'm just opening a door for the Board of Supervisors to rethink their approach. But if this board doesn't want to actually, and I understand that if you don't want to go back to them, I'm just saying there is a path forward to save this county $370,000.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
It's okay.
But to try to say, and this goes exactly to what Ms. Bond stated, that board is constantly trying to make it look like our board has done something wrong. Our board did exactly what the process has been for decades. And they didn't like it. So they said, we're going to do this, which was unprecedented. And now it's like, oh, we're the bad guys because we're not saving the county all this money. The county needed to come up with that money because it's their responsibility for school safety, for public safety. That's their responsibility. Our responsibility is to educate our students in this county. You know, for them to take the action that they did last Monday night, 3 years ago, when that board decided, because they didn't like that we were doing collective bargaining, they didn't like that there was information that they wanted and we weren't going to give them, they said, you're not going to get the $4 million that you need. I have more respect for that despicable move than this unconscionable move to say, here, this is what you're going to get. Oh, I don't like what you did, so we're going to take it back. So I'm, as Ms. Bond has pointed out, really tired of them trying to twist things to make it look like we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing and being responsible about educating the students in this county because they just don't like what we do. And as I've said many times, they ran for the wrong board if that's what their issue is.
Board, I'm trying hard to steer this
Yeah, I'm 100%
back into the stall, but did you have a second question for Ms. Bland and Mr. Bennett? I thought you did.
Not immediately. It was just if there was interest, a majority of the board who wanted to actually make that request. There may not be a consensus on that, but I know, Ms. Pardon, you really are concerned about security. We all are concerned about security. I was just offering a path forward, so that I would only ask questions of how we would do that if the board wanted to move in that direction. So it's really up to the board. So I don't have any additional questions, but I think it is important to know that we have hard deadlines and we are at the 11th hour scrambling to meet this moment in light of what they did last week. So thank you.
Thanks. Are there
So
any?
Ms. Blaine can sit down. I move to accept the proposal presented by Ms. Bland.
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So
Okay, go ahead and ask the question then.
I don't have a question for Ms. Bland, but I would like to make a comment. And we are all over the place right now, and I'm sorry, Chair Hudson.
I thought,
Yeah, I mean, typically, we'd save our discussion of the motion until after we have the motion. This part was just to ask questions of what's presented for us before the motion. But I promise, I haven't said anything yet. I'm like dying over here. But I was gonna wait and save mine for the motion. If that's okay. Everybody
I'm
will
sorry,
have a
Dr.
chance.
Roundtree. I think your timing was better than I thought.
Everybody will have a chance. Are there any other questions? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the revised 2025-26 operating budget as presented?
it was already motioned. So moved.
Okay.
Again.
Yep, yeah, there was a motion. A second?
Second.
Okay, great. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? This here motion? Ms. Purcell, I hear you have a comment. Why don't you kick us off?
Often I prepare something that I want to say, and I didn't do that tonight because I was still getting information even when I came late for our closed session earlier this evening. There are two parts to this. There was the process of the reallocation and the security element. But they're so deeply intertwined, it's really hard to separate them out. Honestly, I don't think I could say it better than Ms. Bond already has. Except for the part about the steps, everything else I agree with completely. I don't understand why Dr. Bragan and Chair Hudson were not given the courtesy of a heads up with a decision like that, and the performance that I viewed from the audience last Monday, and to know that there were multiple discussions between and among Board of Supervisors members in advance of the July 9th meeting. I really don't understand how they felt that decision reflects the needs, wants, and desires of their constituents and the schools in their districts. I don't understand why they thought the action was necessary in that way, because I thought through ongoing conversations that it was I thought I had made it relatively clear that school resource officers were the preferred option, was the very clear information that I was getting from parents, teachers, administrators. Dr. Guitry and I went to a meeting together where we asked about that, and it was very, very clear from the people in that room that the resource officers and not the security officers were the preferred option. And we have ended up in a situation where MCPS is getting what folks want. The sausage making process has been incredibly ugly. The pressure from Board of Supervisors members to me personally to adopt the SSO program, I think is against the spirit of Virginia Code, of previous processes, and then to have witnessed how things came about on June 9th. I don't understand the win there for them. To the point of the SSO program, and just to address something that Dr. Guitry brought up, when someone says, if a position hasn't even been created, and someone says, I've got 2 folks lined up, that's cronyism, and I don't do that. 2 extraordinarily qualified candidates who can apply, great. I can't wait until our very hardworking human resources staff goes through a process. But I'm not creating positions because folks are lined up already and ready to go. And I think I'll just leave it there. So thank you.
And we'll go on around here. With Dr. Roundtree, any more comments for you under a handful of minutes, maybe?
Sure. I was on the last page, so I'll just go ahead and finish. So, yeah, on June 9th, we all know the board decided to take $280,000 from the school in order to fund SROs. The sheriff and chiefs had previously indicated SROs were not able to be found, but at this meeting, Sheriff Parton tells the Board of Supervisors that he will find SROs for Blacksburg Elementary Schools. It is also worth noting the silver lining. I believe a plurality of the school board wants SROs in each of our county schools and town schools, so we're going to get that. Apparently, the county will ensure this happens. It is also worth noting that not all constituents in Blacksburg want SROs in the schools, and none of them wanted SSOs when polled by one of our school board members, as Ms. Purcell just said. Lastly, the problem with what the Board of Supervisors did is that it sets a precedent for them to modify appropriations after they have already approved the total dollar amount for the school budget based on their disapproval of individual line items. Specifically, in this case, it seems punitive with regard to the SSO program. Additionally, it may not even have been legal under State Code 22.1-94. A governing body may make appropriations to a school board from the funds derived from local levies and from any other funds available for operation, capital outlay, and debt services in the public schools. Such appropriations shall be not less than the cost apportioned to the governing body for maintaining an educational program meeting the standards of quality for the several school divisions prescribed as provided by law. The amount appropriated by the governing body for public schools shall relate to its total only, or to such major classifications prescribed by the Board of Education pursuant to 22.1-115. The appropriations may be made on the same periodic basis as the governing body makes appropriations to other departments and agencies. So I'll end with a few questions. followed by a quote. Why were the SROs for the Blacksburg Elementary Schools not in the sheriff's original 2025-2026 budget? Remember, he has been providing 2 SROs to the town of Christiansburg for the past 2 years. Why did the Board of Supervisors take funds from the school district instead of one-time funds with a promise to correct the issue of one-time fund use with a modest tax increase next year, or through moving the SSO program into law enforcement, making them SROs? When the Board of Supervisors does not fully fund the school budget and tells the school board they have to make tough decisions, why don't they tell us the decisions they want made, since they so obviously do not respect the independence of the 2 elected governing bodies? And our high school in Blacksburg put on a wonderful play this past school year, Matilda. And I'll just take a quote from Matilda. If you always take it on the chin and wear it, you might as well be saying you think that is okay. And that's not right. And if it's not right, you have to put it right. But nobody else is going to put it right for me. Nobody but me is going to change my story. Sometimes you have to be a little bit naughty. Thank you.
And Ms. Franklin?
I think I said how I felt about it, but I have one more thing. So this whole idea that this board does not take the safety of our students and our staff seriously is absolutely nonsense. And I find it very, very insulting that people will even say something that implies that. Anybody who has watched the news over the last 2 decades in this country and heard about students being killed takes school safety seriously. But I also take the responsibility of this board to educate our students seriously too. And I think that it's time that the Board of Supervisors step up and take their responsibilities seriously too and do what they need to do to make sure safety is a priority for them also.
And Dr. Guthrie?
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. So, like a couple of other board members here, I do have questions about the legality of what happened last Monday, because I know that the Board of Supervisors, after passing the budget, it's a working budget, they had a deadline for it, but if they make changes, it's through appropriations, but at that meeting, they actually made an amendment to their budget. And so I have some questions about what actually happened in that meeting, and then they didn't amend the category, they amended the operating budget. But I just want to echo what Ms. Franklin said. I have 2 boys that attend MCPS schools, middle school and high school. I just want to say, do you know how offensive it is to have fellow elected officials insinuate that I don't prioritize the security of MCPS students? Your children and my children, there is no difference. There is no difference. We had a choice to make between bread and bullets, as it were. Because if you look at our school nutrition fund, it just happens to be about $280,000. And we had at least one Board of Supervisor member who took great issue with us spending money on providing free food. There are children in this county who have food insecurity. I did not receive one email putting any pressure on me, arguing that we needed to have that SSO program. But what we heard is feed our children. So I absolutely believe that security is essential. And I take great issue with anybody suggesting otherwise. Thank you.
Ms. Barton. Ms. Bond. Cool. I get to talk. So, I mean, at this point, most everything has been said that needs to be said. I will try to not be redundant on that. I do care about school security, absolutely. You know, in my community, I believe the SRO program is what they wanted. You know, I was at a PTA meeting at Beeks, and they were ready to, I shared this at a previous meeting, I think, they were ready to march on the town, right, and demand their SROs. And so I think that in general, the addition of SROs is going to be welcomed in the schools. I do believe strongly that those SROs should really come from the town of Blacksburg, because those are the officers who are working issues in the town and are building those relationships with families in the town. That's the benefit of having SROs, because they're active in the community in which they're servicing those schools. You know, a group that hasn't really gotten discussed much at all in this conversation is the town of Blacksburg. Like that's where this conversation needed to have started in the first place. And on conversations on this dais, you know, at least for me, the plan was, okay, let's not go in on SSOs yet, but let's engage with the new police chief in Blacksburg. Let's engage with their soon-to-be new mayor, their probably quite different town council, and let's work through these issues with them, right? We didn't get a chance to do that before this decision got made for us. So, so while I'm happy that those schools are going to have SROs, maybe not the perfect kind of SROs, but SROs regardless, I do think that that's a good thing. But it didn't have to happen in such a frustrating, a disrespectful, thank you, kind of way, right? You know, we could have had these conversations with the Board of Supervisors in advance, and if they had said that they weren't going to fund us a certain amount because of SROs, if we had had that conversation as a group, we probably could have found some common ground on that, right? But we never had that chance. That chance was taken away from us, just like this money was taken away from us. And it sets a precedent that I'm worried about in the future. And, you know, future boards are going to have to grapple with that. I also take issue strongly with the notion that we did a bait and switch with the Board of Supervisors. I think that has been clearly articulated tonight, in particular by Dr. Roundtree, in terms of what actually happened there. We never promised what we were going to fund. We never even identified exactly the priority order of our things, right? Like we discussed that as a board, and we didn't know where we were going to land on that until we had the discussion. So to say that we bait and switched is disrespectful and rude. I didn't know where some of that chatter was coming from when everything was blowing up until I went to their meeting, and then I saw people from the community, members who come to our meetings and speak at this dais, blasting us in front of the Board of Supervisors, and we weren't there to defend ourselves. We wouldn't have even known to have been there if not for a random text by a Board of Supervisors member, because we weren't given a heads up in advance. We weren't given the courtesy of knowing that that was getting ready to happen. So it's very frustrating to me that the community, some members in our community, orchestrated this, and the Board of Supervisors went along with it. I'm gonna have a hard time with that for a long time. But here we are, and we got a motion and a second tonight, and we're gonna do our best to get this passed and move on. Are there any other comments before we call the vote?
Okay, I could say it when my vote comes up, but I'll just say it now. And I've talked with Dr. Bragan about this. I understand we have to have a balanced budget, but this is not the way to do it. And I will not vote for this kind of, I'll just say I won't vote for this kind, okay? So my vote will be no.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, Ms. Stanley, will you please call the roll?
Sorry.
Oh,
Can I
I'm
just
sorry,
break-
I'm sorry.
before-
Apologies.
What would be the, I don't, we've heard a couple of people, I think you might vote no. What would be the consequences if we don't pass a budget right now? Because we can't re-vote in this meeting. So this is it.
The Board of Supervisors allocated an amount for instructional that's $280,000, what this board's budget approved, where all the items were accounted for. So we have a $280,000 deficit in the instructional account. The Finance Department came up with an idea how best to reduce and mitigate that negative impact, and they suggested the two areas to take it from. You know, if y'all don't approve it, I don't know what we do. We're not going to get any more money. You know, we'll just have to, I don't know.
We could take
Well,
additional motions
good.
to come up with alternatives if we want to. We can do that all night long until we find something somebody votes for. That's going to be pretty ad hoc and dangerous, but
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we don't pass it. I'm just wondering what the consequences would be. Because it would be possible for us to pass this and then to ask for a reappropriation from the Board of Supervisors to a different category if we wanted to spread it in different ways, correct? Or from your perspective, is like, this is it for the year?
Well, it's not it for the year. I mean, their appropriation was to reduce it out of the instructional amount of $280,000. I do believe we can request that the appropriation come from one of the other 4 or 5 areas. We could do that.
we could do that even
And
after
that-
we vote, even if we vote yes for this, correct? If we wanted to.
Like all of this, it's unprecedented. I'm
Yeah.
sure we can. I don't know where that will lead or what they would approve or would they open this conversation. I have no idea.
Okay.
But, you know, for us, whatever you all decide tonight, the money is the money. We're $280,000 less right now, today, in the instructional category for our budget. We, meaning the finance department, proposed an idea where we can take that from. If you don't approve that, we'll have to come up with an idea to take it from somewhere else, but the world keeps spinning and things keep moving on tomorrow, whether you vote yes or no. So we're gonna have to pay bills, we're gonna have to move forward, we're gonna do all that. At some point, you're gonna have to approve where this money's coming from. Or not, I don't know.
So I will be voting yes. I will be voting yes. However, I have talked to Board of Supervisors members, and I've encouraged them to find $280,000 to make this right. And I suggest that the rest of the community go ahead and talk to your Board of Supervisor members. Send an email to all of them and talk to them and tell them the disapproval that this county has with their overreach of governance in taking this $200,000 from the school board, and that 3 members of the community that show up to their board meetings on a regular basis and say inflammatory things is not the entirety of our county. Our county's much better than that. Our county's much better than some curse words on a voicemail. Our county's a good place with a lot of good people.
Dr. Guthrie, did you still have a comment?
I was just going to urge this board to pass it with the understanding that we would need an appropriation, so it would just be a request that we make an appropriation request to the Board of Supervisors if the administration did think that there was a better approach to do this. So at least we have a budget in place, and we're doing what we need to do. That's it.
Do we have a motion yet? I'm sorry, okay, we have a motion and a second? Hot dog. All right, and we've gone discussion, right? It's been a long night. Are there any more discussion before we call the roll?
I'll just say to Dr. Gitchery's comment, we're doing what we need to do. We did what we needed to do.
Ms. Stanley, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
No.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Guthrie?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
So I'm voting no because I originally voted no to the budget in the beginning, and there's still some items in this budget that pertains to what I was not okay with, so I will be voting no.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
4 in favor, 3 opposed.
Motion carries. You know, I found out at a board retreat that we can call a break at any time we want to, especially after things have gotten a little bit heated or anything. Is there any interest in taking a quick 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
What's that?
And the actual vote. Come back a month later and actually, here's what
Okay. What time is it? Okay.
Let's go ahead and get on back here. Sorry. All right. Do I have a motion to authorize a request to the Board of Supervisors for a capital project transfer of $3,051,160 to the 2025-26 school capital budget?
So moved.
Ms. Purcell?
Second.
And Ms. Franklin? Any discussion? You can see the list of items in board docs there. Those are all projects that we've discussed. Any questions or comments on any of those? Okay. Ms. Stanley, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
The motion carries. Next up, Angie Bland, our Director of Finance, and Trevor Bennett, our Budget and Finance Manager. Hey, y'all. Long time no see. We'll present a state bonus proposal update.
Good evening again. Mr. Bennett and I are here to present the most recent state SOQ bonus update. Again, as a background, on March 6th of this year, the governor amended the budget to include a one-time $1,000 bonus for all state-funded SOQ positions. And the purpose of this bonus is to promote retention among school instructional and support positions. And the
I
funds
think you
for the-
advanced a slide there. Sorry, you're one ahead of where you are. Oop. Yeah, go back. There you go. Start there.
Sorry about that. And just as an update, the funds for this bonus was received on June 2nd. So they were received and they are in the revenues held at the county. And our proposal this evening is to extend the one-time $1,000 bonus to all other MCPS contracted employees, excluding the temporary positions. And we have a definition of the temporary positions in this proposal. And the additional funds to allow to extend that bonus to all other contracted employees would be covered by this current year's unanticipated revenues. And as we've discussed before, those are from remaining ESSER funds for funds that were spent out of the operating budget and then requested as reimbursement, and they sit in the revenues. We've looked at what the amount would be, and that would be approximately $500,000 in addition that we would have to cover to provide that bonus. For eligibility, we are recommending that employees must have been employed by the district on or before March 1st of this year and have recontracted with the district for this upcoming school year. At this time, the date has passed for all employees who are returning to accept their contract. So we have all that information now, so we would know what the total is for that. And the bonus would be a supplemental payroll check. We do that as a separate payroll process so that everyone receives the same amount of taxes for that. So everyone would receive the amount of $646 after taxes, and we can issue that by mid-September of this year. If you give us guidance to move forward tonight, anytime after July 1, we could process that bonus payment at this point. And we talked a little bit about what other school districts might be doing and how bonuses are handled by those. So I did a survey of other school districts, our local districts, and you can see on this slide that we had 5 or 6 schools that responded to that. All school districts do contract to positions. Of course, they also extend this to all positions other than SOQ positions. It's very difficult to just offer it to SOQ positions based on where those positions are in our district. Some have elected to do them prior to the end of this fiscal year. So what they received them in June, and then they had to very quickly try and do that. A majority of the school districts were in a position where they had to ask their county governance for additional money in order to be able to offer that to other employees. So we are in a good position of at least being able to use some of those revenues to fund that portion of it. Nothing stands out. We did speak to the state as well, just to get some guidance on how others are also handling this, and school districts that maybe aren't as close to us and wouldn't respond to us on a regular basis, but it's very similar. They hand contracted employees. Of course, the state only funds for SOQ positions, but all school districts look at funding the other positions as well, so that all employees receive that same bonus. And we can open up to any questions tonight. We're just hoping to get some guidance from the board and being able to move forward, if allowed, to start working on providing the bonus.
So I do just want to clarify, so this is on as informational, so we're not scheduled to vote tonight. Is the expectation to bring it back at our next meeting for votes, or unless a vote happens tonight, is that?
Yes.
Thanks. All right. Thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Isn't this the second time we've discussed it, though? Third. Or fourth?
It is, but it
Fifth?
it changed a little bit based on how they presented it the first time. But yeah.
Well, I make a motion that we vote on it.
Okay. Well, is that actually a motion, or because we haven't had a conversation yet?
I make a motion that we accept the state bonus to go out in September for $645 to each person. Is that, I'm pretty sure my page went off.
46 and change.
646, excuse me.
I'll just float that I was thinking August 1 might be good timing because it's right before the school year begins. It's also the tax-free weekend in the state, so if just to allow people to maybe have a little little extra, not that they have to spend it at that time, but, you know, you can get shoes and all other kinds of supplies without sales tax that weekend.
If I could just weigh in, I think what we agreed to is when we accepted those monies in June, is that we will pay it by September. You can pay it any time after the board approves it. And just as a point of reference, it wouldn't be August 1st, it'd be July 30th, right? We get paid 15th and the 30th.
Okay, great. Okay, so we do have a motion. Is there a second before we get too far along here?
Second.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second to accept what we're getting presented tonight, but we'll still do the conversation anyway and take a vote and see where we are. Okay. Ms. Parton. Dr. Guidry.
I would just say that I'm going to vote no because I agree that August 1st would benefit some people. And so if this fails, then if someone wants to put forward a new motion to do August 1st as the pay date, then since we already have a first and a second, we basically have to move forward. So I'll be voting no in anticipation of a second motion.
You can accept a friendly amendment.
I can amend it. I just was going by what was here. So
Yes,
I can amend it to July 30th. That's fine. I just was going by what was documented on our slide. So
I approve the amendment.
my motion, if you'll
Wait,
ascend.
Jamie, please wait. Dr. Bragan said this would actually go out on July 31st.
Yeah.
But was the date a part of her motion?
Yeah, it said in September was the original.
Because it said by mid-September. I just didn't read it correctly. So, Dr. Roundtree, if you will rescind your second, then I will rescind my motion and make a new motion that we pay July 30th and by mid-September that it all is out. So I don't know.
Second payment in July.
Sounds good, and I accept the amendment.
Okay.
Can we just say the second payroll payment in July? Whether it's 15th to 30th, depends on when that day lands, correct?
Are you okay with that, or just kind of? Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion and a second. Dr. Guidry, back to you. Good?
That's great. If we've moved the date forward, great.
Great. Ms. Franklin?
So, as I said when the other two times this has been presented, I don't agree with the cutoff date of March 1st because we've had people who have come on board after that and are going to be with us. We also have subs coaches, homebound teachers, maybe not the all-in tutors because that was new. After-school aides, summer workers, that can vary. Student positions, that can vary. But those people, some of these people in these categories have worked for us for years, are still going to be working for us, and we're saying no. No. I love the idea of giving our folks money because I believe they deserve it. But I'm not in favor of excluding people who also are dedicated to this district.
Okay. Dr. Roundtree?
No comments.
Okay. Ms. Frizzell?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Can I say something? I don't have any comments. Cool. All right.
Can I just make one thing clear? So like homebound teachers and coaches, they would already receive it because they are MCPS. And so if a teacher is also doing homebound instruction,
They would receive it, yes, because they're contracted otherwise with Montgomery County Schools, yes.
okay.
Yes.
And for coaches, if so there are coaches who would and wouldn't receive it.
If they are a coach that's also an MCPS employee doing another position, then they would. But if you're just a coach, it would not be considered a contracted position so would not receive the bonus.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I was reading in the paper just recently, if it's Roanoke City or county, they're kind of grappling with this and they're trying to extend it out to everybody, but then they're having to cut how much they give to everybody to try to fit everybody into it, and they're getting all wrapped around the axle on it, so I think you gotta draw the line somewhere.
If we include,
I was going to say, I agree. I know we appreciate everybody we've got, but we've got, with all respect, some coaches that just do something similar that might just get a stipend, and I'm sure that's not a fair assumption as someone who works every day, all day, and we have to make decisions like that on whether we give benefits. We don't do that, so we, exclude certain groups of people on those things, and I just, I think this is something we need to move forward with.
Okay. Any other discussion before we call the roll? Call the vote.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
To Ms. Bond's comment there. Are the positions that will be receiving this the same positions that receive medical benefits from the district? Do those two overlap completely or not?
That is correct, with a few exceptions. There are some part-time positions, bus drivers, that may not have a certain amount of contracted hours. They fill in. So they work every day, but they may not reach the number of hours to be considered for medical care.
But they will still get.
Okay.
They would get the bonus, that's correct. And part-time employees would also receive the full $1,000. There's no, that's not cut in half for part-time positions.
Okay, understood. Thank you for the explanation.
So I still don't agree with these positions because, again, there are people who may only part-time as coaches, but they do it year after year, decade after decade. They do it. Homebound teachers, that still takes a lot out of someone to do homebound work because that can be a very challenging job. No, they don't. Not if you're not a full-time teacher and you're just filling in as homebound. One of the catches for me is that March 1st date. I just think that is too far back in the year when we have people who have joined us after that and have signed contracts to continue with us. And then this is supposed to be about retention? Okay. So if we could move that date, I would find a way to vote yes for this, but I can't do both of those, exclude people and leave the date at March 1st for the cutoff. So I would propose that the date go to, what is the date that our contracts go out? Is it April 15th?
In June, they're actually June. They just
Okay, so
recently
to
went
the
out.
1st of June.
But those employees may have not been employed by us at that, like already, right? So you do, I assume you chose that date because you're trying to pick people who were already here up to a point.
Correct.
And who decided to stay, right? So you're just kind of drawing that line in the sand somewhere, but.
That they would have worked for 3 months for the district and decided to contract again for another year. And we follow the same guidance that we did in the past for bonuses, but that was just guidance that was used previously. We can certainly look at different factors.
But with others, it was more inclusive of folks, and this excludes folks. That's the problem for me.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I say we call this vote and see where we land, and if we don't get a consensus, then we can explore alternatives. Any other questions or comments?
Can I verify that I have the motion correct
Please.
before we vote? A motion to accept the state bonus proposal as presented to be paid out by the second payroll in July. Does that sound correct? Okay.
Dr. Roundtree, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, great. Then, Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Dr. Gitry?
I understand the concern, but I'm going to vote yes.
Ms.
Appreciate it.
Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Oh, and Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Mr. Jason Garrettson, our Director of Student Services and Safety, and Dr. Lori Comer, our Director of Secondary Education, will present an annual class report for the class of 2025. I don't feel like we see Mr. Garrettson up here enough. We got to make this guy do some work.
Good evening, everyone. The purpose of this presentation tonight is based upon the request for some information about the class of 25. With the class of 25, do I have a clicker? I do. We've broken it down for you by the 4 schools. The cohort is where each class began 4 years ago as a 9th grade group. The early graduates, those are the ones that graduated last year, which would have been in the 23-24 school term. In December, we did have a few graduates that we combined with our May 25 graduates. We had 1 student that did receive a certificate of completion, and we had 2 GED completers, and we have 7 students in the county we're anticipating graduating at the end of summer school. We have 3 students that will be returning to us next year to complete their education, and we had a total of 31 dropouts in the county from this particular cohort. For advanced placement and dual enrollment courses, you can see it broken down by school. We had a total of 403 advanced placement classes and 443 students took dual enrollment. Associate degree completers through New River Community College, 7 at Auburn High and 19 at Christiansburg High, for a total of 26. We did have our CTE signing day. We had a total of 216 students that signed as CTE completers. And you can see that broken down by school. Mr. Garrettson will continue on with our military commitments.
Thank you, Dr. Comer. I'm really excited to be a part of the presentation tonight. I know the board has really dealt with some heavy topics. I appreciate your attention and time with that. We really feel like we get to share some good news, bragging on the class of 2025. I am proud to present that we have 13 students who expressed a military commitment as their future plan. These students will be serving our country during, of course, a very challenging time in the world. As you can see there, we have all 4 high schools represented. And in the second column there, or the second table to the right, you see we have 7 in the Army, 1 in the Navy, 2 Marines, both from Auburn, by the way, 1 Air Force, and 2 in the Army National Guard. And one of those National Guard folks wanted for us to be sure to share that they were also going to be attending college while they were in the Guard. They wanted to make that point. And of course, all of these young people will have the opportunity to potentially serve their entire career in the military, come out with a skill that they can immediately use as their career once they complete their military commitment, or of course take advantage of the higher education benefits of being a former service member. So very proud of these 13 students. Another program that we are very familiar with, and I know that many members of the board are very, very proud of, is our ACE program with New River Community College. You can see there, as far as the total, 125 of our students have expressed a commitment to the ACE program. We certainly do have other students who will attend New River, but 125 specifically in the ACE program. We'll take a quick moment just to make sure everybody out there watching who maybe is not familiar with the program. This is through New River Community College. Our students have to have a 2.5 GPA to be eligible for the program. They have to keep that GPA 2.5 while they're in the program at New River. They must be full-time students, which means at least 12 hours. They'll do 40 hours of community service in the community per semester at a location of their choice. And at that time, after those 2 years, these students are in a position to come away from New River with 2 years of education, totally debt-free through the ACE program. One more quick plug for the program. The primary fundraiser for ACE is the ACE Race, which is actually scheduled for August 2nd at Blacksburg High School's cross-country course. Another program very unique to Montgomery County Public Schools is Graduate with a Plan. You see two tables there just of information for you. You can see that this program pays, number one, for college applications for seniors. We'll pay for up to 2 for every senior in our division. We also provide t-shirts to all of the students. I believe the board's already seen the t-shirt, but while I've got the opportunity, I'd also like to recognize Jonathan Joyce from Blacksburg High School, who designed this year's shirt. And all of our students received the shirt in their school colors. You can see those applications there listed. You can see the cost. Totally 238 students participated, 360 applications, almost $25,000 in college applications. That's actually, since we've been keeping data, that's the most we've ever spent as far as college applications. That's still coming out to about $70 an application, just for your reference. And again, I always like to remind folks sometimes when we look at these numbers, you also need to remember that not every college requires an application fee. Radford, for example, has no application fee. And then also for a lot of our students, as they get in and start completing their application, they find out they're eligible for a fee waiver. So in the end, we don't have to pay for that. Blacksburg High School kind of did a good job for us as far as keeping some extra notes on their own. They had a number, I believe, 190 other applications that had no fee or a fee waiver. We did give the graphic just to kind of show our students are applying everywhere. That's a stock graphic. I do not intend to mislead everyone. I'm not saying it's just those schools or only those schools, but just an example, our students are going all across the nation. And the last slide I have, and board members, you probably heard these numbers already at graduation, but again, we'll like to take an opportunity just to commend our class of 2025. We went ahead and said scholarships as of the last day of school. We certainly know that students will continue to receive their information or their contact of other additional awards since that time. So these numbers are of as of 5/23, and you can see the individual breakdown by school. And I think in the end, the total is well over $6 million in scholarship. So again, exciting to see that our students are going to lots of different places, and they're also being recognized for their good schoolwork at high school and helping pay their way through the good work they've already put forward in their time with us. So we are certainly available for questions, but again, just an opportunity once again to say congratulations to the class of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you both for that awesome presentation. It's good to see some positive stuff going on tonight. Any comments or questions, board? Yeah, just jump in there.
Thank you so much. It's great to be able to turn the page and talk about something like this. More positive. A question about ACE. So we routinely tell people about the program. So there are 125 total. Are there 125 because that's the amount of money there is, and that there are more students who would like to do it, and that there needs to be more funds for it? Basically, is every applicant accepted into the program?
My understanding is every qualified applicant gets in. I have had no indication from any of our schools or from anyone at New River that folks are being turned away who have not met the qualifications. So again, those 125 did have to meet the criteria, did have to apply to the program. And again, my understanding is no one got told no as long as they met the criteria.
My understanding on that, Dr. Guthrie, in conversations with the Board of Supervisors is they allocate about $500,000 a year for this program.
Okay.
And to date, they have never exhausted the full amount.
Okay, that's really wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And I also noticed that the 2 applicants per student seems to be sufficient, and that you have, if you double the number of students, it's less than the number of applications. Because I was wondering if, how do you come up with 2? But it seems like that is sufficient for our students.
This year, we actually overspent our budget just a little bit.
Okay.
First time we've really done that. We had some other money within student services that we could just move over. It didn't become a big issue. And it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. It depends on the class. It depends on where they're applying, and it depends on the cost of those application fees too. So I really haven't had a whole lot of pushback with students saying anything but thank you. Like, I don't feel like anybody's ever said, can I get more?
Yeah.
And again, I've never worked in a division that does anything like this.
Yeah, that's wonderful. The last question I have, and just an observation about the scholarships. How often do you provide programming for juniors and seniors of where to find scholarships and that kind of assistance? Because I have a feeling that's going to be even more important, particularly this year. And my son's going to fall into that category. I know that there was some workshop, but what do you do for students so they know how to find scholarships?
That will vary by school, and each counseling department, some of them host particular evening events where families can find out that information. Counselors have pages on their websites, and they share that information with students so that they know some places to look. So all of that's taking places within the different schools.
Okay, any way we get more money. That's a great total there, over $6 million. I heard that it was a banner year for MCPS. We had students accepted at Stanford, MIT, Cornell, top universities. And so I think in terms of the full spectrum, it's wonderful to see the success all across the county. Thank you.
Ms. Barton?
So thank you for all the information. Happy to see all the positive results of our students. So we're apparently doing something right. So proud of all of them, and thank you guys for compiling this. And I just want to make sure that we are pushing our ACE program in the schools. I know I still talk to a lot of students and parents that kind of don't really know much about it or haven't heard about it. So whatever we can do to maybe try to get our counselors or our principals or whoever we need to in our administration to kind of try to push that more, because every time we kind of have brought it up, we kind of get this deer in the headlight look, like they don't have any clue what we're talking about. So that's something that every child and every one of our students can take advantage of, and it's a great opportunity and easily transferable to a 4-year school if that's what they want. So thank you guys so much.
I'm gonna piggyback. Thank you, guys. All this is super impressive, and I always get hung up on the ACE program as well, because my own daughter did the 2 years and then transferred to Tech and got enough grants and different things to where she graduated owing nothing and got a job at Tech and now is getting her MBA. So it's that's the positive kinds of stories that if you had, when you have your call, bring those students back. It doesn't have to be her or you know, Dana, Elena, or, you know, but just some of the students, because that's what students listen to students. And I think sometimes they just push it off in their mind, oh, well, you know, yeah, You hear it from another student, and then they, wow, okay, maybe I can do that. So that's just some food for thought. But yeah, and scholarships are great. But, you know, having 3 kids come through the system and looked at a lot of different scholarships and athletic, and $10,000 on a $50,000 a year school, I don't know that that's so great. So, you know, I mean, it's just enough to make the debt extremely high. So sometimes educate, and I actually took a session at one of our VSBA conferences on that. We need to educate our students on what the smart direction is. Not always what sounds good, but the smart direction. So, but anyway, thank you for everything. It looks great.
Ms. Purcell?
Thank you so much for being here tonight, for staying until this hour to share this with us. Chair Hudson and I had the opportunity to share this at our Board of Supervisors Leadership Liaison meeting last week, just to re-emphasize the commitment to student achievement. That is the focus of the work that we do. I did have a question about advanced placement and dual enrollment. Are there classes that have both distinctions?
Yes.
Okay. And how is that recorded here? So if I'm in an English class that's a DE class, but I could take the AP test as an option.
The way I understand it, that is the case. With dual enrollment, they're going to get some college credit, and our teachers that are teaching those courses, they are certified to teach dual enrollment courses. And then with the advanced placement, our teachers go to APSI in the summer to be trained for that. And that one, they have to take the AP examination and score at least a 3 in order to get the college credit for it.
Right. Thank you. I guess I had 2 other comments, maybe to reflect some of the discussion from the leadership liaison meeting, and also capture some of the earlier discussion here about participation in ACE. As a parent who had a senior not all that long ago, and was also tuned in to future planning communication as best as I could, because it's a lot. I felt like I saw a lot of information about ACE. I know that it has some really hard deadlines, and I think that might be part of the reason why their participation isn't as high as it could be. Is there any, so like, I don't know, February 1 or something, I think you have to like give your commitment, or you have to apply by a certain date. Has there ever been any discussion from New River about pushing that back just a little bit, which might provide young people with more time to make these decisions? Because there's a lot coming at 17 and 18-year-olds over the course of that year, and it's really easy to miss a deadline. I don't know if that's a question you all can answer, or like who would field that.
I haven't had that discussion. They're really easy to work with, so I'm very comfortable to reach out and just ask what kind of flexibility there are with those deadlines, and is there a reason? I mean, I was on their website earlier today, and the big long list of dates is there. Like it's out there, but you're right, it's a lot of steps, and we certainly can ask.
Thank you, Mr. Garrettson.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, thank you all for the presentation. I have one question about associate degree completers. Do we only have associate degree programs at the two high schools listed there?
No, they are available at all of the schools. Students do have to enroll in 2 courses. There is a health PE course that is offered. It's a 1-hour credit course. And then there's a public speaking course. And those are separate courses they have to enroll in. And so it is available at every school.
Okay. And yeah, this is some great work from the schools, and I just wanted to highlight the scholarships that were awarded to all of our students, but call out Auburn High School and EMHS, or East Montgomery High School. Both of those schools, for the application dollars that went to those student applications, they received over $1,000 per dollar of application dollars in scholarships. That is amazing. So just great work to all of our students and all of our educators. We're definitely setting our students up for success in life.
Great, thanks. I don't have any questions either. Thanks for putting all this information together for us, and thanks for giving us a chance to celebrate our students here, and congrats to everyone who's represented here. All right, next up, we got the all-star cast. We got Willie Howard, our Director of Student Support and Intervention, Leah Bressler, our Student Division Compliance Officer, Jason Garrettson, our Director of Student Services and Safety, and Stacy Wright, our Administrator of Equity Compliance, will provide an update on the hate speech policy implementation.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, members of the school board, Dr. Bragan. Tonight we're providing an update on the implementation of the hate speech policy across Montgomery County Public Schools, including survey feedback from school leaders, data on reported incidents, and our next steps to ensure consistent and effective application of our policy. To assess the initial rollout, we surveyed administrators across all 20 schools. All 20 principals, 8 assistant principals responded. The results show that 16 schools have reviewed the policy with staff, but only 7 have done so with students, highlighting a key area for growth and a needed area of focus. Regarding documentation, 8 schools have fully implemented a process, 7 are partially implementing, and 5 have not yet implemented the documentation procedures, especially around student engagement and record keeping, which will be a major focus moving forward. Administrators also shared strategies that have supported successful implementation. These include reviewing the policy during faculty meetings with open Q&A, adapting documentation forms that capture staff witness statements, using structured parent communication to clarify what qualifies as hate speech, and leveraging our SEL program, Ripple Effects, as a restorative tool. Many schools also took a team-based approach, promptly involving families, offering counseling, and holding restorative conversations. School leaders noted that the policy has helped them promote clarity, foster open dialogue, and build a shared understanding across their school communities. Despite these successes, several challenges were noted. The timing of the rollout proved disruptive, and it landed mid-year and did not align easily with ongoing disciplinary practices. Inclement weather in February also disrupted communication efforts. Some staff and students missed out on directly policy presentations during the PLC meetings. School administrators reported difficulty applying the policy consistently when students have long-standing patterns of derogatory language. These reflections underscore the importance of launching the policy at the start of the school year to ensure equitable communication and understanding across all stakeholders. Finally, we asked school administrators what additional resources would strengthen their implementation efforts. School administrators requested more student education materials, additional staff training, communication tools for families, and a clear restorative practice guidance. Several administrators also suggested development of a student-centered video explaining the policy, incorporating the policy into the back-to-school registration form, and sending flyers home to families. These practical, actionable suggestions that we intend to integrate into our rollout for the 25-26 school year. We will now have a data story presented by Mr. Garrison.
Thanks, sir. Over the last couple months, as we've began to implement and talk about this new policy, I do feel like there's been a number of questions from board members and also from the community about how do we track this information, to be able to have this information and be able to farm that data and make use of the information we have. So you've got a single slide here that I'll share with you tonight. We did pull student data from PowerSchool, our student information system, and we pulled information regarding code RB8. RB8 is one of the state disciplinary codes. RB stands for Relationship Behaviors. So Relationship Behavior Code 8 is the information we pulled. And you see there under the state definition, this is using profane or vulgar language or gestures, and it includes swearing, cursing, hate speech, gang signs or gestures. When we provided the original training to our school principals back in March, we asked them to code these incidences under RB8, primarily because it identified hate speech specifically. So we asked that RB8 be the way they log this information around these incidents. Of course, it's such a broad disciplinary code, including all those other pieces, it pulls in some other things as well. We looked at the window of March 6th to May 23rd. We chose that window specifically because we did that training with principals in early March, gave them a couple days to get that information back to their assistant principals to say, hey, start coding these things as RB8, and we pulled it to the end of the school year, the 23rd. When we pulled that raw data, we had 91 total incidences. Again, that includes everything listed in that category. So when we then look at those individual incidences one by one and review those narratives, we're able to pick out 26 of those which seem to meet the definition of hate speech based upon policy 7-3.4. We found very, very quickly, and moving forward into particularly next year, it's going to be even more helpful and more efficient if we can ask our administrators to go ahead and say in that narrative, hate speech, right? Like if that's the first two words in the narrative, it helps us farm that out from everything else faster, more efficiently. You see, well, I guess I'll stick with my bullets there. When we looked at those 26, just information to share, 12 of those comments were directed toward staff. 13 of those comments were directed toward other students. And there's one really unique situation that just seemed like it was just generalized conversation that is hate speech that didn't really appear directed to anyone else. So it kind of stands out as its own separate little incident. But again, 26 of those items. If you move over and look at the pie chart, these categories are the characteristics that are listed specifically in the hate speech policy. I did group a few of them together, like ethnicity, nationality, and race. Group those together in one group. We do have, there you see near the top, multiple categories. If a student actually accomplished various characteristics of hate speech in one incident, it became lumped together as multiple. But you do see that we had incidences around ethnicity, nationality, race, the multiple category, incidences of hate speech around disability, incidences of hate speech around sexual orientation, and then you see the largest is actually around the characteristic of gender. And when you go back to adults too, there is one particular word that will frequently be used as a disparaging, disrespectful remark toward females. And that's where the bulk of that category comes from, just for your information. Religion and gender identity are also included in the policy. We actually had no examples of those in the 26 that we specifically looked at in this period of time. So it is really, really easy to farm this data in the way we're doing it, and I think we can get even better with it. If we do ask our administrators to go ahead and put in the first part of the narrative hate speech, helps jump out for me to see it. I also think we'll need to farm it pretty regularly. I certainly wouldn't want to do this for the whole year in one setting, probably by 9-week period or something like that, but it's very easy. The last piece I'll share there at the bottom, the last bullet, as is authorized by the policy, we see a wide range of disciplinary sanctions, right? Not everything's equaling a warning, not everything's equaling OSS. We have that broad category, just like the policy allows, or that wide range, just like the policy allows. And then lastly, the very last few words on the slide, Mr. Howard mentioned it as well, we also have in some of those narratives very clear information from the administrator speaking about the educational or restorative practices that they put in place following the incident. And our next slides will be covered by Ms. Bressler.
Good evening. May it please the board, Chair Hudson, Dr. Bragan. My name is Leah Bressler, and I'm your compliance officer. I'm here tonight to talk about how we're going to do compliance a little bit differently with the hate speech policy. It kind of rides with our civil rights policies. It's like our harassment policy without intent. And so the hate speech compliance, we're going to have a site-based coordinator that's already been selected at each school. And the site-based coordinator is going to get training from me and from our offices in everything you could think of, from trauma, due process, coding, for making sure that we get that code correctly, the documentation. We're also going to touch upon the different types of restorative interventions available. And that's going to take place over 3 different days. Each session is 8 hours. And the site-based coordinator only has to attend 1. I'm going to offer 3 different ones. We have everybody all signed up. We're going to offer 1 in June and 2 in July. That site-based coordinator is going to be the point of contact. They're going to be like the champion of the civil rights policy. So they're going to be our resident expert in the building on hate speech policy, Title IX, and Title VI. It doesn't mean that all the work is going to fall on that site-based coordinator. For example, at the high school, that would be a lot of investigations. They're going to be the person on the admin team who is trained specifically in those policies. I want to make sure that we have one expert in every building on these policies and how to handle them, because they do have different investigation procedures. And so if a policy is in the hate speech category and it also violates SPU, that could be a Title VI or a Title IX violation, and that would be handled exclusively by my office, for example, in the investigation. If it doesn't violate what we call SPU, which is it comes from the Davis case, Davis versus Monroe County. That case lets us analyze harassment. If it doesn't violate SPU, it's a school-level formal investigation, as called for by the policy. And so that formal investigation, we're tweaking how we do those. We've always done conduct investigations at every school. So we're not adding any new work to our schools. We're changing kind of how we're doing the investigations and the process of notification so that we can get better evidence and better results. So, which brings up a Guardian program. The Guardian program is a software that's going to help us with workflows and organization. Currently, if you have a problem and that problem needs multiple folks involved, it might have a file that's housed over in compliance, and maybe there's a file housed in conduct, and we all have our own file kind of working on the problem. What Guardian does is it makes the problem the file so that we're all working on the same page. Guardian is the largest provider of this service for K-12 districts in the country, and so they're good at a lot of things. We have a lot of issues to deal with, like FERPA, student records, privacy, and all those things. Guardian is a program that stores our investigations and lets us all work together, but it also limits who sees what when, so that if you're, for example, the director of student conduct would have full access to see all the conduct issues, but a teacher at a school who reported an incident may just see that incident for that school because they don't have the ability to see the other cases. So Guardian helps us with that, but what more importantly it does is it puts everybody on notice right out the gate, right when the problem's happening, so that we can bring the subject matter expertise at point of contact at the school, and I work together to make sure that the subject matter experts we have in central office, so our diversity and equity folks, our student conduct folks, our special education folks, can get added to those cases right away, right when they're happening, so that they can come in and be that support when they're needed, not on the back end of things. And so it won't require as many phone calls. What we're really trying to do is make things more efficient for our school site staff, so that they don't have to make 3 or 4 phone calls, that they can put the allegation in. They'll have the point of contact, and I will talk about which type of investigation we're doing, what the parameters are, how we're gonna handle that. And then we're also adding those subject matter experts, because I can look and say, oh, wow, this is a case that if it's cut and dry, you might not need the experts. But if it's something that requires, a more detailed threat assessment, we're going to get Mr. Garrettson on board. If it requires a functional behavior assessment, we're going to bring Mr. Howard to the table. And so that will help us get the whole team on notice, which will bring stronger solutions, more heads to the table. It will also help us make sure that we have evidence, so that when we're moving forward in all proceedings, not just hate speech, that we're collecting due process and we have evidence of the proceedings and of the allegations that are being requested. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our timeline and Ms. Wright.
Good evening, everybody. Y'all still awake up there? I am barely. Miss Osborne, can you click on that for me, please? So as you have seen, I don't ever know whether to keep my glasses on or off because I can't see far away, can't see close up, it just doesn't matter. But as you have seen in the beginning when the hate speech policy was first approved in January, there was an implementation timeline that we had worked on as a group. In phase 1, the planning and policy development, 6 out of 6 of those tasks have been completed. That came from you approving the policy. There was a student disciplinary advisory committee formed. A standard warning letter was created and given to schools. Guidelines for documenting hate speech and violations were created. Principals viewed the policy and were trained in the new guidelines in their March 4th meeting. We also sent out a letter for families just describing our new policy and how important it was for us in schools. So phase 1, 6 out of 6 of those have been completed. As we saw from the survey results, that maybe it wasn't completed in the way that we really needed to. Maybe we needed a little more understanding, and that's what we're working on in phase 2. So in our phase 2, awareness and education, we have completed 3 out of the 9 so far, which school counselors have been trained. Counselors and special education staff received the policies and were trained in the new guidelines at their April 2025 meetings. The hate speech survey, from where you saw many of the results tonight, were put out to administrators. And then where we are right now, starting with this summer, a lot of times when it talks about, people have talked about how we need to make sure that our training is engaging and that we have all of these different things that are included to make sure our people really understand what they're supposed to do. That's when we work on that during this summer. And that will take place during our administrative or leadership retreat in July 21st and 22nd. The Office of Equity will coordinate with Mr. Howard, Ms. Bressler, and Mr. Garrettson, and even, if he's still back there, Mr. Webb. He's also helping us put together some really cool things that involve our students and our staff. And then the site-based coordinator training, Ms. Bressler already told you about those. We look forward to those. Our hate speech policy will be added as a specific topic during our leadership team opening meeting days. Dr. Bragan, he will put the importance on us understanding this policy and us implementing it in a way that it impacts our students positively, that our students and our staff are not being subject to this kind of language. And I feel like when it comes from the top, then it really matters a little bit more. And for him to be able to say that at our convocation and to emphasize the importance will be great. Excuse me. And then we're going to incorporate the hate speech policy into all of our trainings that have to do with compliance. So that's the Title IX and the Title VI compliances. And so from there, we will ask our advisory committees, once they are formed in the fall, that each leader of an advisory committee would discuss the hate speech policy. I know for us in the Office of Equity, with the Equity Advisory Committee, we kind of discussed it a little bit when it first came out, but we'll do a deeper dive now that we know the things that our schools and stuff and our administrators have asked for. And then we will enter to phase 3, probably in early January and maybe before if we are very creative and get on this right now. Thank you.
So our team would like to extend a huge thank you to Mr. Kenneth Peace and his students, the talented art teacher at Harding Elementary and Fallen Branch Elementary. His students at Harding Elementary created a beautiful and powerful No Hate in This House project. Those posters speak volumes. They're right outside this door if you haven't had the opportunity to put your eyes on them, but we really want to shout out that team. We look forward to doing more projects and having schools spearhead these type of activities and initiatives to kind of keep the momentum going, but also setting the foundation and creating a foundation that allows us to speak volumes into the work that we're doing. But those students' artwork serves as a meaningful reminder of the impact of creativity in promoting kindness and inclusion in our schools. So thank you to Mr. Peace and his students for inspiring us all to use our voices through art. So I need to learn how to draw too. So questions from the team?
Great, thanks for that. Great collaborative presentation tonight. Good to see all that information. Open it up to questions and comments from the board. Who'd like to start?
Okay. Thanks for doing the surveys. So I have questions about the first slide where it talks about the 20 principles, and it seems some schools have done this, some schools have done that. Were there no timelines to help folks understand you need to have these in place by these dates? And with the documentation, is it just left up to the school to decide how they're gonna do this? Is there not a district-wide so that we're consistent across the district? How is that working?
Mrs. Franklin, we're working as we go to improve on that process. I would say I would need to do a better job with setting a due date on particular items that need to be completed. But we did share that information out with principals during the initial training with the anticipation that we would have 100% in all of these areas, but that still allows us to know what work we need to have done and what conversations we need to have with principals.
So as far as the documentation process, shouldn't that be consistent across the district? This is the tool that you use, is that what's happening?
8 schools have fully implemented the documentation process, and that came from the initial training that we rolled out.
Okay, that's 8 out of 20,
8
but
out of 20. Yes, ma'am.
is it the same document that is being used across the district for any kind of implementation, documentation?
You want to speak to the flow chart that we
I think your question speaks to the slide I presented. We did try to give direct, specific guidance on how we wanted these incidences coded in PowerSchool. The specific code, I think, Ms. Franklin, we've talked before about how, no, we're not going to let it just be inappropriate language or something like we're going to code it, this specific code that we're going to designate as hate speech. We did provide the example of the warning letter. If they chose to use the written warning letter, that's division-wide. We did provide the guideline document for school counselors. So if they are assigned the counseling session following an incident, they would all be using that same document too. Mr. Howard primarily put together the survey. We did have a little bit of a conversation around, is it possible that the 5 who said they haven't implemented a documentation process yet, did that mean maybe they're one of our smaller elementary schools that hasn't had an incident yet? Perhaps. I don't know that. But we did give them a specific designated documentation process to follow.
Okay. And just because you may not have had an incident doesn't mean that you don't need to make sure you have everything ready and your staff is able to handle the situation, because it sounds like with the results from the survey and the tools and challenges that folks really need some help with that. And it seems fairly simple with the things that they need. Help the students understand. Help us understand, how do we identify this? And I think that's very doable and can be done in a reasonable amount of time, but it takes a commitment from everybody in the buildings to make sure everybody's on the same page. And again, that we're being consistent across the district. We heard tonight role play. Role play and setting up scenarios for folks is an excellent way to help them be able to visualize and to hear exactly what happens and how we need to handle those situations. So when it comes to the school-based committees, where are students playing in this? You know, is it so many students need to be involved with this at every school so that they're, again, across the district, making sure their voices are heard, because they're the ones who are impacted the most with this. And these were things that have been put out there for months. I appreciate the work that you are doing, but if we're gonna have this rolled out the first of the year, we need to make sure everybody's on the same page with it. Because when our students go from school to school, which does happen, they are aware this is what happens and this is the process. And teachers and administrators the same.
I think the experience we had between the initial training and the end of the year, and the information we're able to gather from the data and from the survey results is going to be very beneficial for us, along with the input from the board and public address as we head into the training that comes later this summer to put us in a position to be more successful and to be more efficient and effective, beginning with the policy at the beginning of a school year rather than trying to accomplish it mid-year. That was difficult, as many of our administrators reported. So
Right.
room to grow, absolutely, Ms. Franklin.
Because I believe I asked the question, if it had been implemented and if there had been consequences given to students, and I was told no. So I'm a little confused, but anyway, we'll get there, but I just hope that we are going to use all the tools that we have and listen to what our folks in the buildings are saying. and this board and the public, because if we do that, I think we could have a wonderful result from this. But kind of building the plan as we go, at some point that stops. Thank you.
We'll go around. Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, just to reiterate Ms. Franklin's point there, I think it'd be really good to have a county-wide mandatory training that is uniform across the county, rather than for this policy, rather than just having individual schools decide on their own training. It just makes it so that we have an idea of what's going on with a new policy, at least the first year, where we're rolling out training material and giving guidance, so that we don't have 20 different training guides that we're trying to see how things are working at one school versus another, or trying to see how we're doing, and everybody's getting different trainings. But thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the information. Good steps forward.
Ms. Purcell?
Yeah, I have two questions. So the data that's reflected on slide 6, and that was one of Mr. Garrettson's slides, does that only reflect the 8 schools that had fully implemented that documentation process? How many schools does that data reflect?
I pulled from the whole division. That's everything coded RB8 from those dates across the entire school division.
Okay, so that reflects all, potentially all 20 schools, or just because if 5 schools hadn't had a documentation process yet, were they using that code in disciplinary issues?
Likely. They likely have used that code for other reasons, other purposes. You know, I mean, certainly inappropriate language could be included in that, right? Cursing, swearing, but it's not quite hate speech. That's why we had 91 incidences total, 26 of them identified as hate speech. I was only suggesting, perhaps guessing, that maybe some schools were saying, hey, we haven't got into the documentation thing because they didn't have incidences. I don't know that to be sure. When we pull this data, it's all 20 schools. And even with the data, like I'm able to go back and identify how many schools, if we need that information, we can farm that out pretty easily. But I personally don't know off the top of my head which 5 schools said no, they don't have the documentation process in place. I pulled this separately for all 20.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification and maybe the confusion on my end, that I wasn't quite sure how many schools this reflected, if there were more incidences at the middle school, high school levels than elementary levels, which one might assume, but you should never assume, right? Just things like that, just some of my
Having read having read the 91 narratives, you are correct. There are more incidences at the secondary level than the elementary level, but certainly I'm not in a position to say there are none at the elementary level.
And I think maybe too, some of the points that Ms. Franklin was making, preventative education about this at the younger ages may, who knows, couldn't hurt. And the other question that I had was about the site-based coordinators, and Ms. Bressler, I don't think you had presented to us before, although I know that you've been at meetings before, so just thank you so much for being here tonight at this witching hour that we are getting to, and for your presentation. So you'd said that the site-based coordinators are already identified, they've signed up for their training?
The principal is identified. It's typically an assistant principal,
Okay.
and that's typical of their role. They normally are the ones that are investigating the behavior conduct issues. And so when we have serious situations, a title violation or something like the hate speech policy that requires a formal investigation, we want to make sure that our folks are trained to do the right investigation. So, a Title VI, Title IX investigation is a very different animal than a formal investigation, which may look different than something for a very low-level behavior, a classroom kind of behavior. So we want to make sure we got the right process down. But yes, all the site-based coordinators have been identified and are signed up to attend one of the 3 training sessions.
Excellent. And I do really appreciate the clarity of the process that you presented to us, as well as the thoughtfulness with which it was put together. I think just historically, some things that we have found as board members is maybe someone might be voluntold a position like this and not really have adequate training, or it's checking a box, but it's not someone that's really set up to do the right kind of intervention, and then we kind of end up triaging a mess that comes up to our level. So yeah, I guess that was all I wanted to share. So thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Ms. Bond? Ms. Parton?
Thank you all.
Great. Dr. Guidry?
Thank you so much for all your work on the presentation, of course, on the underlying work as well. I'll try to keep this brief. When I was looking at the training, it seemed like quite a bit of the training was just on the policy. I know that community members have prodded us to provide more information about training of the issue itself and not just about the policy. What's happening with that? How does that factor into the timeline and training just beyond, okay, this is the policy, but this is how we mitigate some of these behaviors?
So as part of our training, we will be giving them, like one of the examples we have is like frequently asked questions about what hate speech is. So then there's a frequently, and we've been working with Mr. Webb to be able to put those things together. So is this what hate speech is? Is this what we consider hate speech? So across the district that we are on one accord. Also, just things with education. So we'll have like education pieces that are, and this is a work in progress, so we're still working on this, but education pieces that are appropriate for elementary school, for middle school, and for high school students. And then using our ripple effects and other things like that in order to create these things that we will train all of our administrators, and it will be all of them together at one time when we do our administrative retreat, because that's where we get the biggest bang for our buck, because everybody is required to be there, right? And so you can't say that, oh, well, I wasn't there or I didn't know. And I think, some of the times when we rolled out the other parts, that was how it might have been. Somebody might have missed something or things like that. This will be finished by the 20th, well, not finished, but our training will be finished and concise by July 22nd on what we expect our schools to do when it comes to hate speech.
Okay, great, thank you. I think the slide with the data is really revealing, thank you. Particularly how many of these incidents involve sexual orientation and gender. And one of the things I did was I looked at our policy documents, and we don't even mention Title IX. And I'm wondering if you're having discussions or will, particularly because you have the coordinator of, hey, we actually need to put some of this language into a policy. So one of the things I'm curious is, like, we have the hate speech policy, but as you're expanding these roles, will you be, are you thinking about coming before the board and suggesting revisions? Because I know some counties actually have a fair amount of language about Title IX and Title VI.
Title IX and Title VI are already in our policy manual, and their full investigations and the formal investigation, it's all laid out in our policy manual.
In the board policies? Okay, because I did a Title IX search and nothing pulled up, so I was like, I'm trying to find it, and I couldn't find it. Okay, so that answers that question.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it was also illuminating is just how many of these incidents involve not just students, but also with staff.
Well, and for me, it's really the message is stop, prevent, remedy. You know, we have to do all three things. We have to stop what's going on, we have to prevent what's happening, we have to remedy what's happening. So that prevention piece, when we're looking at that data, that helps us know that we need to work with microaggressions, and in particular with gender. From my understanding of those particular situations, that was a lot of female gender. One particular word, so I think, you know, a strong push in the right location, but this is the kind of data we need to form those programs, and so that we can have those conversations and get in there and do those programs and start restoring the hurt.
Yeah, thank you. You don't know off the top of your head what that policy is, the one that includes
I
it?
believe it's 5.1. I don't want to be, I might be wrong.
Okay, I'll look. Thank you. I'm glad we did this update.
I guess I'll just lob in a quick question here. I don't know anything about Power School coding and stuff, but like instead of trying to jam everything into one that encompasses a bunch of other things, is it possible to define a unique coding that more accurately reflects this thing instead of trying to tease it out of a bigger pot, or is that hard?
RB8 is not our creation. That is a creation that I believe, is it the state of Virginia. And so that's where we're getting our codes. And those are the ones that are in Power School. And so I'm working with, like, Guardian, for example, is going to pull from Power School so that our administration doesn't have to re-enter information and rekey everything to put the investigations in. So they're going to be pulling that. So it would probably be fairly difficult, I would imagine, to get that done as a practical matter.
Okay.
But we are training, and I am being very specific in our trainings that we want RB8. Once we have it in RB8, it's pretty easy for us to disseminate to look at that data.
Okay. That's fair.
Just a quick update. We are having some conversation, some productive dialogue. Similar to this, the survey that we provided to the school leaders, we are working on a survey for students and staff, parents to kind of see, okay, where are we, what has happened in September or October, and then being able to make some adjustments or modifications to what we're doing, and just getting feedback from that particular group of people. I think it's important. We have had some climate surveys in the past, maybe staggered secondary or elementary, but something maybe more strategic or surrounding. Has this process been done? Have you been trained? Are you familiar with it? From the staff, just hearing those type of that feedback, I think is important. We've had those conversations as well. Anything you want to add, Tina?
Just one thing that just one thing that we'll make sure that it's not just a one and done, right? Like, so we'll bring this back at principals meetings. Like, we'll have, for lack of a better word for the teacher and me, like an exit pass or, spiral reviews for our principals and for the people who have to implement these policies. Because it is a lot to know all the policies and all the things that you have to do, but they're important. So just having those reviews from time to time to make sure that we still are all on the same page once we get the information that we need from them.
And I know Mr. Garrison spoke to this, but on a quarterly basis, we're looking to get information as to how is this process going, and then being able to have an opportunity to share back with you all, hey, this is where we are, here are the good points, here are the things we need to work on. So that's just some of the dialogue, and thanks to the team. It's not a one-man show, along with Mr. Webb and his support. And like I said, getting that feedback from you all and other stakeholders is important as well.
Great. Board, any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair Hudson,
Yes?
out of respect for our staff and our community watching and us, to be frank, I'm going to make a motion with the lateness of the hour that we table the staffing update along with the closed session. We have the slides for the staffing update that we can all review on our own, and we have the information that you've given us that would have been in closed session so that we can review and be prepared for another evening. So I call for the vote.
You get a second?
Second.
There you go. Yeah, I can definitely work with the board to find an available date for us to schedule another session for the closed session, because we do need to have that. Any discussion? Nobody wants to stay later? It's weird. All right. Ms. Stanley, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Guthrie,
Yes and amen.
Ms. Barton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
No.
Dr. Roundtree,
No.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
5 in favor, 2 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, so let's try to quickly get through the couple of things we do still have on our agenda. Any items of unfinished business? Seeing none. Any items of new business?
Can I just ask one quick question? So we do have the joint board meeting. I want to make a request that the budget be put on the agenda to have a conversation about that.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're still working on that agenda. Any other items of new business? Okay. Any announcements?
I'd like to give a shout out to Auburn High School boys baseball for winning state champion. I'd like to give a shout out to Auburn girls softball for as far as they went, and I know the soccer team did well too. And I believe Christiansburg soccer team went pretty far as well. So, not sure about the other schools in our. I was going to say I think Eastmont soccer as
Eastmont
well.
went to the state champions. EHS.
They did it.
Pretty high.
Yeah, they did.
So congratulations to all those coaches, and also boys baseball coach at AHS for his 300th win.
So I visited Camp Innovation at Falling Branch Elementary School, and it was just wonderful watching the students and all the volunteers from the middle schools, the high school, and even one volunteer from William and Mary who came to be a part of the program to see how things work. And this was the 18th year. And if we could offer this to more students, that would be wonderful. But Mrs. Mash says, I don't think we could find the volunteers and enough folks who could do another week or so across the district, because it's very intense. I mean, very intense, and a wonderful program. So I thank them for all that hard work.
I also made a stop at Falling Branch Elementary to visit Camp Invention and the Summer Academy, and I was going to say almost exactly the same things that Ms. Franklin said. Mrs. Botinos shared with me that there's typically a waiting list for that camp, that MCPS could probably fill a second week of the camp if they could encourage folks to do it, because it is intense. So we've talked a lot about summer slide and wanting more things for kids in the summer. If there was some kind of a way where we could find extra money, partner with our friends across the county to provide this opportunity for our kids, that'd be really great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other announcements? Dr. Roundtree, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Great. All right, upcoming school board meetings. We've got our joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors on June 30th. Our next regular meeting for our school board is on July 29th. But as we discussed, we'll need to set up a special session to redo that closed session. So skipping ahead, la-di-da. Oh, hey, I adjourned this meeting. 11:27. We still got 3 minutes we could kill.
Mr. Hudson, I have something. Andrew has printed out flyers for the summer program, so if any of the board members want to take those before you
Great.
go.
Awesome, thank you. Tasha, I thought you were going to add a new item to our agenda. You're going to have problems.
Oh, he had some here. Okay.